The air was crisp as I tightened the straps on my backpack. It was late autumn, and the leaves were a riot of red, orange, and yellow. The trail ahead of me wound into the dense forest, leading to a campsite I'd picked out weeks ago. It wasn't my first solo camping trip, but it was my first time going this deep into the woods. I'd heard about this spot online, a secluded clearing by a lake, miles away from any roads or other campsites, perfect for some peace and quiet. The first few hours of hiking were uneventful. The trail was well marked, and the sound of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves kept me company. My pack was heavy, loaded with gear and enough food to last me 2 days. By the time I reached the turnoff that led to the unmarked path toward the lake, the sun was already dipping lower in the sky. The orange light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The unmarked trail was less forgiving. It was narrow, with roots and rocks jutting out at odd angles, forcing me to watch my step. As I pushed deeper into the woods, the sounds of the forest seemed to change. The birds were quieter, replaced by the distant creak of trees swaying in the wind. The air felt cooler, and I noticed the smell of damp earth growing stronger. When I finally reached the clearing by the lake, the sun was just about to set. The lake was smaller than I'd imagined but serene, its surface reflecting the fiery colors of the sky. I set down my pack and stretched, feeling the ache in my shoulders and legs. The clearing was surrounded by tall pines, their dark silhouettes standing stark against the fading light. I wasted no time setting up camp. My tent went up quickly, a small dome that I secured with stakes and tied down with guy lines. I gathered some rocks to form a fire ring and used a folding saw to collect fallen branches for firewood. By the time I got the fire going, the sky was a deep navy, and stars were beginning to appear. Sitting by the fire, eating a simple meal of instant noodles and jerky, I felt a sense of calm. The lake was perfectly still, and the only sounds were the occasional crackle of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl. It was exactly what I'd come here for: solitude and the chance to disconnect from everything. As the fire died down, I decided to call it a night. I doused the embers with water from the lake, making sure there was no chance of a stray spark igniting the dry leaves around me. Crawling into my sleeping bag, I felt the exhaustion of the day's hike catch up with me. The tent was small but cozy, and I drifted off to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. The tent was pitch black, and I could hear the steady rhythm of my own breathing. I stayed still, straining to listen. There it was, a soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. My heart started to pound as I tried to pinpoint the direction. It was coming from somewhere near the edge of the clearing. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal. This was the forest, after all. But the footsteps didn't sound like an animal. They were too deliberate, too slow. I reached for the flashlight by my side, gripping it tightly. Slowly, I unzipped the tent door just enough to peek outside. The fire pit was cold and dark, and the clearing was bathed in pale moonlight. I couldn't see anything moving. The sound stopped. For a long moment, everything was silent. I stayed there, half out of my sleeping bag, flashlight in hand, listening. Then, just as I was beginning to convince myself I'd imagined it, the footsteps started again. This time, they were closer. I shone the flashlight toward the sound, the beam cutting through the darkness. The trees at the edge of the clearing cast long, jagged shadows, but there was no sign of anyone. I swept the light back and forth, my pulse racing. Still nothing. Finally, the footsteps stopped, and the forest was silent once more. I retreated into the tent, zipping it up all the way and tightening the drawstring on my sleeping bag. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox. But sleep didn't come easily after that. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening for any sign of movement. Eventually, exhaustion won out and I drifted off. The next morning, I stepped out of the tent into the cool, damp air. The clearing looked peaceful, almost impossibly so after the unease of the night. I scanned the ground near the edge of the clearing where I'd heard the footsteps. There were no tracks, at least none that looked human, just a scattering of leaves and pine needles. I decided to stay busy to shake off the lingering anxiety. After breakfast, I explored the area around the lake. The water was crystal clear, and I could see fish swimming just below the surface. I followed the shoreline for a while, enjoying the quiet and taking in the scenery. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was high in the sky, and I was feeling more at ease. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I spent the afternoon reading and whittling a piece of wood I'd found. As the sun began to set, I started another fire and cooked dinner. Sitting by the fire, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I'd faced my fears and stayed put despite the unsettling experience the night before. That night, I made sure to keep the fire burning longer, feeding it until the coals glowed a deep orange. I crawled into my tent, feeling more prepared. But sometime after midnight, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of something scraping against the outside of my tent. My stomach dropped as I froze, trying to make sense of the noise. It was slow and deliberate, like someone dragging a stick or a finger along the fabric. The sound moved from one side of the tent to the other, pausing near the zipper. I'd left my flashlight within reach, and I grabbed it, my hand shaking. With one quick motion, I turned it on and pointed it toward the sound. The scraping stopped instantly. I didn't dare unzip the tent this time. Instead, I stayed perfectly still, my heart racing so hard I thought it might burst. Minutes passed, maybe hours, and I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, the first light of dawn filtered through the fabric of the tent. I waited until the clearing was fully illuminated before I stepped outside. There were marks on the tent, faint but unmistakable. Long, thin streaks that ran from one side to the other. They could have been from a branch or a stick, but they felt too precise, too intentional. I packed up my gear in record time, every nerve in my body on edge. The peaceful solitude of the forest had turned into something oppressive, almost sinister. The hike back to the main trail was grueling. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, and I constantly found myself looking over my shoulder. By the time I reached the marked trail, my legs were trembling, and my back was slick with sweat despite the cool air. When I finally made it back to my car, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I tossed my pack into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors as soon as I was inside. Sitting there, catching my breath, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it really had been an animal, or maybe my mind had been playing tricks on me. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been watched, that someone, or something, had been out there with me. As I drove away, the forest seemed to close in behind me, the trees standing like silent sentinels. I told myself I'd never go camping alone again. Whatever peace I'd been looking for out there wasn't worth the lingering sense of unease that followed me long after I'd left those woods behind. The air smelled of pine and damp earth as I stepped out of my car and into the forest parking lot. The sun was low, painting the horizon with shades of orange and purple, and a cool breeze tugged at the leaves. This was supposed to be my escape, a weekend in solitude, away from emails, texts, and the endless hum of the city. Just me, my tent, and the quiet of nature. The trailhead stretched ahead, winding through tall trees and underbrush. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, double-checked my supplies, water, food, flashlight, knife, and first aid kit, and set off. The trail was well marked, a dirt path lined with the occasional wooden post bearing faded trail markers. I'd picked this spot because it wasn't too remote but still felt isolated enough to give me the solitude I craved. The plan was simple: hike a few miles to a designated campsite, set up for the night, and spend the next day exploring the surrounding trails. The first mile was uneventful, just the crunch of my boots on dirt and the occasional rustle of animals in the underbrush. Squirrels darted across the path, and birds called out in the canopy above. I paused occasionally to admire the scenery: a cluster of ferns here, a fallen tree covered in moss there. The forest felt alive but peaceful, its rhythm slower and more deliberate than the world I'd left behind. About an hour in, the trail began to climb. The incline was steady but manageable, and I welcomed the physical challenge. My breathing grew heavier, but the exertion felt good. I passed a small stream trickling over rocks and stopped to refill my water bottle, using a filter to ensure it was safe to drink. The cold water was refreshing, and I sat for a moment on a nearby rock, listening to the soft gurgle of the stream. By the time I reached the campsite, the sun was dipping below the horizon, and the forest was awash in twilight. The site was simple: a cleared area with a fire ring and enough flat ground to pitch a tent. I chose a spot a little away from the trail, near a cluster of trees that offered some privacy. Setting up the tent was second nature to me, and within 20 minutes, I had my temporary home ready. I unrolled my sleeping bag and pad inside and placed my gear neatly by the entrance. With the tent sorted, I turned my attention to the fire. Gathering wood was easy. The area had plenty of fallen branches and twigs. I built a small fire in the ring, lighting it with a match and some dry leaves. As the flames took hold, I sat back and let the warmth wash over me. The crackling fire, the chirp of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl were the only sounds. It was perfect. Dinner was simple: a packet of dehydrated chili rehydrated with hot water. It wasn't gourmet, but it hit the spot after the hike. I ate slowly, savoring the meal and the quiet. The stars began to appear, one by one, until the sky was a glittering canvas. I leaned back against a log, staring up at them, and felt a deep sense of peace. This was what I'd come for. As the fire died down, I packed away my trash and secured my food in a bare bag, hanging it from a tree branch a safe distance from my tent. I didn't want any uninvited visitors during the night. I doused the fire thoroughly, making sure it was completely out, then crawled into my tent. The sleeping bag was warm and comforting, and exhaustion soon took over. I drifted off to the sounds of the forest. I don't know what woke me. It was still dark, and the air inside the tent felt cold. I lay still, listening. At first, all I heard was the usual forest noise: the rustle of leaves, the occasional chirp of a cricket. But then there was something else, faint and distant. It sounded like a branch snapping. My heart quickened. It could have been anything, an animal, maybe a deer. But in the stillness of the night, it felt unnerving. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. The tent walls glowed faintly, but outside, the light revealed only shadows. I stayed quiet, straining to hear. Another snap, closer this time. My mind raced through possibilities. Raccoons, coyotes, maybe even another hiker. But it didn't feel right. The sound was deliberate, almost cautious. Gripping the flashlight, I unzipped the tent slowly, trying not to make a sound. The cold night air rushed in, and I stepped out, scanning the area. The trees cast long, dark shadows, and the faint light of the moon barely illuminated the ground. My breath misted in front of me as I turned in a slow circle. Nothing. No movement, no sound. Just the forest. I told myself it was probably an animal and went back inside. But sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle of leaves or creak of would set my nerves on edge. I lay there, staring at the tent ceiling, until exhaustion finally won. Morning came with a pale, gray light filtering through the trees. I felt groggy but relieved to see the sun again. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore a nearby trail. The unsettling noises from the night before lingered in my mind, but I pushed them aside. It was probably nothing, I told myself. The new trail was narrower and less maintained than the main one, winding deeper into the forest. I followed it for a couple of hours, stopping occasionally to admire a view or check my map. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. The usual chatter of birds and rustling of small animals faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. It felt as though the trees were closing in around me. I came across a small clearing and decided to take a break. Sitting on a fallen log, I sipped some water and tried to shake off the growing unease. That's when I noticed it. A faint trail leading off from the clearing, barely visible through the underbrush. It wasn't marked on my map, and curiosity got the better of me. The trail was rough, overgrown with weeds and branches, but it seemed to lead somewhere. I followed it for about half a mile before stumbling upon something unexpected. An old, dilapidated cabin. The roof sagged, and the wooden walls were weathered and covered in moss. It looked abandoned, but there was something about it that made me uneasy. Against my better judgment, I approached. The door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the breeze. I peeked inside and saw a single room, empty except for a broken chair and a rusted wood stove. The floor was littered with leaves and debris, and the air smelled damp and musty. There was nothing of interest, but the sight of the cabin unsettled me. Who had built it and why had they left? I turned to leave, and that's when I saw it. Fresh footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They were faint but unmistakable, leading away from the cabin and back toward the main trail. My pulse quickened. Someone had been here recently. I followed the footprints for a short distance before they disappeared into the underbrush. The forest felt oppressive now, the trees looming like silent watchers. I decided it was time to head back to my campsite. The unease I'd been trying to ignore had grown into a gnawing sense of dread. The hike back felt longer than it should have, every sound amplified by my heightened senses. By the time I reached my campsite, the sun was low in the sky. I quickly gathered more wood and built a fire, its light and warmth a small comfort against the growing darkness. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The forest felt different, less inviting and more menacing. I stayed by the fire as long as I could, scanning the shadows beyond its glow. When I finally crawled into my tent, I kept my flashlight and knife within easy reach. Sleep was fitful, and I woke several times to the same snapping sounds I'd heard the night before. Each time, I held my breath, listening, but the sounds never came closer. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first light of dawn broke, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. The plan to stay a second night was abandoned. As I hiked back to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest, so peaceful when I'd arrived, now felt like a place I needed to escape. I reached the parking lot by mid-morning, relieved to see my car waiting. As I loaded my gear, I glanced back at the trailhead. The forest seemed unchanged, its secrets hidden in the shadows. I climbed into my car, started the engine, and drove away, vowing to stick to more familiar trails next time. The experience stayed with me. I don't know who or what was out there, but I've learned to trust my instincts. The forest is beautiful, but it's also wild and unpredictable. It's a place where you're not always in control, and sometimes it reminds you of that in unsettling ways. I still hike and camp, but I'm more cautious now. Some places are better left unexplored. I had always liked the idea of camping alone. The peace, the solitude, the chance to detach from everything. It sounded perfect. So, when I finally got a weekend off from work, I decided to head out to the woods near Black Creek. It wasn't far from my hometown, maybe a 2-hour drive, and the area was known for its quiet trails and serene landscapes. I figured it would be the perfect getaway to clear my head. I packed light but made sure I had all the essentials: a small tent, a sleeping bag, a basic cooking setup, and plenty of food and water. My phone was fully charged, but I also brought a power bank and a paper map, just in case. I'd read enough stories about people getting lost in the woods to know better than to rely solely on technology. The drive to Black Creek was uneventful. The road wound through hills and patches of forest, the kind of scenery that made you roll down the windows and take a deep breath of fresh air. By the time I arrived at the parking area near the trailhead, it was early afternoon. A few other cars were parked there, but the place wasn't crowded. I grabbed my gear, locked my car, and set off down the trail. The first few miles were exactly what I'd hoped for: peaceful. The trail was well marked, winding through dense trees that occasionally opened up to reveal stunning views of the surrounding hills. I passed a couple of hikers coming back the other way, but for the most part, I was alone. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional rustle of leaves as a bird or squirrel darted by. I'd planned to set up camp near a small stream I'd seen on the map. It was about 5 miles in, a good distance to feel remote, but not so far that I'd be exhausted by the time I got there. When I arrived, the spot was even better than I'd imagined. The stream was clear and shallow, babbling softly as it flowed over smooth stones. There was a flat area nearby that looked perfect for pitching my tent. I set down my pack and got to work. Setting up camp didn't take long. The tent went up easily, and I laid out my sleeping bag inside. I gathered some dry wood from the surrounding area and built a small fire pit, then lit the fire and set a pot of water to boil. As I waited for it to heat up, I sat back and took in the surroundings. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The air smelled fresh and earthy, and the sound of the stream was soothing. After dinner, I sat by the fire for a while, watching the flames dance. The sky above me turned from deep blue to black, and stars began to appear, one by one. It was the kind of night that made you feel small in the best possible way, like the universe was reminding you of your place in the grand scheme of things. I went to bed early, tired from the hike and eager to get an early start the next day. The tent felt snug and safe, and I fell asleep quickly to the sound of the stream and the occasional hoot of an owl. I woke up in the middle of the night, though, and that's when things started to feel off. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The forest was quiet, save for the faint sound of the stream. I lay there for a moment, listening. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, coming from somewhere just beyond the edge of my campsite. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer. Animals were bound to be curious about the fire and the smell of food. But the sound didn't fade or move away. It stayed in the same general area circling my camp. That's when I started to feel uneasy. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and peered out. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the campsite. Beyond that, it was pitch dark. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the trees. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trunks and underbrush, but I didn't see anything unusual. Still, the rustling sound continued, now seeming to come from a different direction. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, scanning the woods with my flashlight, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Eventually, the sound stopped, and the forest was silent again. I climbed back into my tent, but it took a long time to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling groggy and on edge. The sunlight streaming through the trees did little to ease my nerves. I checked the area around my campsite and found nothing out of the ordinary. No tracks, no signs of anything having been there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been watched. I decided to stick to my original plan and spend another night in the woods. but I couldn't relax. I spent the day exploring the area, taking short hikes and keeping close to the stream so I wouldn't lose my way. But every so often, I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder or stopping to listen, convinced I'd heard something behind me. Each time, there was nothing there. That evening, I built up the fire a little higher than usual, hoping the light and heat would keep whatever it was away. I ate dinner quickly, my appetite diminished by my lingering unease, and retreated to my tent as soon as the sun set. Once again, I woke up in the middle of the night. This time, the rustling was louder, closer. My heart started pounding as I lay there, straining to hear. Then I caught another sound. A low, almost imperceptible creak, like the sound of a branch bending under weight. Whatever it was, it wasn't small. I grabbed my flashlight and my camping knife, the only weapon I had, and stepped out of the tent. The fire had burned low again, but it was enough to cast faint shadows. I swept the flashlight around the perimeter of the campsite, my hand trembling slightly. And then I saw it. Just beyond the edge of the firelight, something moved. It was quick, disappearing into the trees before I could get a good look, but it was definitely there. It had been upright, tall. Not an animal. Person. I called out, my voice louder and more forceful than I felt. "Who's there?" No response. Just silence, thick and heavy. My mind raced. Why would someone be out here in the middle of nowhere, creeping around my campsite? Were they lost? Or was it something worse? I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat by the fire, feeding it wood to keep it burning bright, clutching the knife in one hand and the flashlight in the other. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. But nothing else happened. Whoever or whatever it was didn't come back. At the first light of dawn, I packed up my gear as quickly as I could. I wanted to get out of there, back to the safety of my car and the comfort of civilization. The hike back to the trailhead felt twice as long as it had on the way in. Every step, I expected to hear footsteps behind me or see someone lurking in the shadows. But the trail remained empty. When I finally reached the parking area, I almost cried with relief. My car was right where I'd left it, untouched. I threw my pack into the back seat and climbed in, locking the doors behind me. As I started the engine and pulled out of the lot, I took one last look at the trailhead in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw something moving among the trees, a flicker of motion that sent a chill down my spine. But I didn't stop to look closer. I drove straight home, my mind replaying the events of the past 2 nights over and over. I still don't know who or what was out there with me, and maybe I never will. But one thing's for sure, I won't be camping alone again anytime soon. The sun was low when I finally set up my camp. The forest around me was quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I had chosen this spot deliberately, far from the trails and deep enough into the wilderness that I wouldn't encounter anyone. It was the kind of solitude I had been craving for months. Life in the city had become a blur of noise and obligation, and I needed this escape to reset. My tent was simple but sturdy. I'd pitched it on a flat patch of ground beneath a canopy of tall pines. The air was cool but not uncomfortably so, and the scent of pine needles and damp earth filled my lungs. As I arranged my gear and prepared my little campfire, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This was exactly what I needed. No emails, no deadlines, no people. Just me and the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest shifted. The golden light turned to deep orange and then faded to gray. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and the faint hum of insects became more pronounced. I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal of canned beans and bread. It wasn't gourmet, but out here, it tasted better than anything from a fancy restaurant. The warmth of the fire was comforting, and the dancing flames provided just enough light to push back the encroaching darkness. It was around this time that I started to notice the sounds. At first, they were faint, so subtle that I thought I might be imagining them. A soft crunch of leaves here, a faint snap of a twig there. Could have been anything. Animals were everywhere in the forest, and I had seen deer tracks earlier in the day. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon nosing around, maybe curious about the smell of my food. Still, I felt a prickle of unease. The sounds didn't seem to follow the random pattern of animal movement. They were too deliberate, too spaced out. It was as if someone or something was circling my camp, moving just out of sight. I told myself I was being paranoid. Spending too much time alone can do that to a person. I decided to ignore it. I stoked the fire, adding another log, and pulled my sleeping bag closer to the flames. The warmth was soothing, and I tried to focus on that rather than the occasional rustle in the darkness. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and crawled into my tent. The thin nylon walls felt insubstantial against the vastness of the forest, but they were all I had. Sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. The forest was alive with noise, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, and the occasional rustling in the underbrush. I lay there, staring at the ceiling of my tent, trying to calm my mind. I'd done plenty of solo camping before, but something about this night felt different. Eventually, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember was waking up to complete silence. It was the kind of silence that presses down on you, heavy and unnatural. Even the crickets had stopped. My heart was pounding, and I didn't know why. I lay there, straining to hear something, anything, but the only sound was the faint rustle of the wind in the trees. Then I heard it, a single, deliberate footstep just outside my tent. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't move like that. This was a human step, the crunch of a boot on dry leaves. I froze, my mind racing. Who else could possibly be out here? I hadn't seen a single person all day, and I was miles from the nearest trail. The footsteps didn't continue. Whoever it was, they had stopped right outside my tent. I could feel the weight of their presence, though I couldn't see or hear anything else. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I reached for the knife I kept in my pack, my hand shaking as I fumbled to unzip the pocket. I'd brought it more for utility than defense, but at that moment, it felt like the only thing standing between me and whatever was out there. Minutes passed, or maybe it was only seconds. Time felt warped. I stayed perfectly still, clutching the knife, listening for any hint of movement. Finally, I heard the footsteps again, moving away this time. They were slow and deliberate, fading into the distance until I could no longer hear them. I didn't dare move. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for the sound to return. When dawn finally broke, I was still wide awake. The first light of day felt like a lifeline, and I unzipped my tent with trembling hands. The forest looked unchanged, serene even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I walked the perimeter of my camp, looking for any sign of who or what had been there. At first, I saw nothing, but then I spotted it. A single boot print in the soft earth just a few feet from my tent. It was unmistakably human. I packed up my camp in record time. The thought of spending another night out there was unbearable. As I hiked back toward the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me, but the forest remained empty. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief so intense it was almost overwhelming. I threw my gear into the back seat and locked the doors the moment I was inside. As I drove away, I couldn't stop replaying the night in my mind. Who had been out there? Why hadn't they approached me or made their presence known? I've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe it was another camper who stumbled across my site and decided to keep their distance. Maybe it was a hunter or a local out for a late-night walk. But the truth is, I'll never know. And that's what stays with me. The uncertainty, the not knowing. The forest is vast, and people, the ones you don't see, can be just as unpredictable as the wilderness itself. I never liked driving at night. It's not the darkness or the quiet that unsettles me, but the isolation. When you're on the road, miles away from the nearest town, there's nothing but the hum of the engine, the occasional flicker of headlights in the rear view, and the blackness stretching ahead. It's in that emptiness where things feel like they could go wrong. And when you're in the middle of nowhere, it's as if the world forgets you exist. That night, though, I had no choice but to drive. I'd been at my uncle's cabin up in the mountains, a small getaway spot we'd used as a place of refuge for years. It wasn't fancy, just a simple log cabin with a porch that overlooked miles of dense woods. He'd passed a few weeks earlier, and I was there to clean things up, get rid of the old furniture, and lock up for the last time. The weather had been strange all day. Overcast skies, thick and heavy, hanging low, almost as if they were about to drop something. I hadn't planned on staying that late, but as the sun dipped behind the trees and the shadows lengthened, I realized I wouldn't be able to make it back to the city until well after dark. I packed up my things quickly, took one last look at the empty cabin, and started the drive back down the mountain road. My car, an older model, sputtered as I shifted into gear. The engine sounded fine, but something about the way it hummed in the cold, lonely air made me uneasy. The road I was on was narrow, winding, and carved through thick forests. Trees on both sides of me stretched their branches toward the sky, like they were reaching to grab the car and pull me into the blackness. There weren't any streetlights, no signs of civilization. The further I went, the more the road seemed to twist and bend in unnatural ways. I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. The road seemed to go on forever, and I had a feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the darkness. It was the silence, the kind of silence that pressed against your eardrums and made you feel small and insignificant. My headlights barely cut through the night, casting long, sharp shadows across the road ahead. I wasn't sure how long I had been driving, but it felt like an eternity. Time seemed to distort in this place, as if I were moving through some kind of limbo. I checked the map on my phone again. The screen showed nothing but a long stretch of road with no end in sight. I cursed under my breath and tapped the gas pedal, trying to force myself to feel normal. But then, something in the distance caught my eye. I almost didn't notice it at first. It was a flicker of light, just a small dot in the distance, but it was enough to make my heart skip. I thought it might be another car coming the opposite way, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a car's headlights. It was something off. The light was too steady, too still, and it didn't move. It was like a small lantern just floating in the dark, right in the middle of the road. I slowed down, my tires crunching over the gravel, as I stared at it. For a moment, I thought about turning around, but there was no place to turn around. The road was too narrow, and I had already passed the last turnoff miles back. As I got closer, I could see more clearly that it wasn't a lantern at all. It was a faint, pale light coming from a small structure, a shack. It looked abandoned, worn down. Its dark wood was peeling, and the roof had collapsed in places. I felt a shiver run down my spine. What was a shack doing out here, miles from anything? There was no reason for it to be there. I pulled the car to a stop a good distance away from the shack. I wasn't sure what drew me to it, but I couldn't just drive past. I had to check it out. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't leave without understanding what it was. I killed the engine and stepped out into the night. The air was freezing, biting my skin. I wrapped my arms around myself as I stared at the shack. There was no sign of life, but there was something about it that made my stomach churn. I took a few steps toward it, crunching the gravel beneath my boots. The light, now that I was closer, appeared to be coming from a small window on the side of the building. It was dim but steady, casting faint shadows on the ground. I had no idea where it was coming from. I reached for the door, which hung loosely on its hinges. It creaked as I pushed it open, and I stepped inside. The inside was a mess. Old furniture, broken bottles, and crumpled papers were scattered across the floor. A faint smell of mildew and decay hung in the air. But what caught my attention immediately was the strange arrangement in the corner of the room. There was a large wooden crate, the kind used for storing old supplies. It was sitting upright, surrounded by what looked like dirt, but the dirt was in small, neatly arranged piles. In the middle of these piles was a small, unmarked bottle. The liquid inside it was clear, but there was something unsettling about it. The bottle looked out of place in the chaos of the shack. My heart was pounding now. I had to leave. I had to get back in the car and drive away. But I couldn't move. It was as if my body was paralyzed by some invisible force. I took a step closer to the crate, my shoes scraping the floor. As I moved, I noticed something strange. There was something written on the side of the crate. It was scrawled hastily in a dark red substance. I couldn't tell if it was paint or something else. It read, "Don't let it out." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I froze, staring at them. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Everything inside me screamed to leave, to turn around and run, but my feet stayed rooted to the ground. The light in the window flickered, then dimmed, and that's when I heard it. A faint scraping sound coming from the back of the shack. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned toward the sound, but there was nothing there. The room was still, silent. For a long moment I waited. My mind raced, but my body remained frozen. Then slowly, ever so slowly, I heard it again. The scraping sound, louder now, closer. It was as if something or someone was moving around in the dark. I felt a sudden wave of panic wash over me. I had to leave. I had to get out of there. I turned and ran back to the door. As I reached for the handle, a low, guttural sound filled the air. It was a growl, deep and primal. I slammed the door open and sprinted back to the car. My heart was hammering in my chest as I fumbled for the keys, trying to get the engine started. My hands were shaking, and for a moment, I couldn't get the key in the ignition. The growling came again, louder now and closer. I felt the weight of it in my bones. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know what it was. Finally, the engine roared to life and I slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The tires screeched as I spun the car around, kicking up gravel behind me. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I just drove. I drove and drove, not stopping until I reached the nearest town, hours away. I didn't know what had happened back there, but I knew one thing for certain. There was something out there, in the middle of nowhere, something I couldn't explain, something I would never understand. The road had ended, but the feeling of being followed never did. It started as one of those weekends you dream about during a busy work week. A quiet, solitary escape into the woods, away from emails, phone calls, and the hum of everyday life. I packed light: a small tent, a sleeping bag, my trusted camping stove, and enough food for a couple of nights. I chose a spot deep in the national forest, far from any marked trails or campsites. Somewhere remote, untouched, where I could feel truly alone. The drive was peaceful, the road winding through small towns, dense woods, and rolling hills. By the time I reached the dirt track that led to my chosen area, the sun was beginning its slow descent, casting long shadows through the trees. I parked my car at the edge of the track and hoisted my backpack. The trail I followed wasn't official. just a faint path beaten down by the occasional hiker or hunter. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The only sounds the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of wildlife in the underbrush. After about 2 hours of walking, I found the perfect clearing. It was a small patch of flat ground surrounded by towering pines and bordered by a babbling creek. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. I set up my tent near the creek, where the sound of running water would lull me to sleep. By the time I got everything in order, the sky had turned a deep orange, and the first stars were beginning to appear. I cooked a simple dinner, just some instant noodles and a can of beans, and sat by the creek, watching the sky transition from twilight to full darkness. Out here, without city lights, the stars seemed impossibly bright, a dense blanket of light stretching across the sky. It was perfect. The first night passed uneventfully. I woke up early, feeling refreshed, and spent the morning exploring the area around my campsite. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects, and I even spotted a deer grazing in a nearby meadow. I spent the day hiking, following the creek upstream and taking in the beauty of the untouched wilderness. I didn't see another soul all day, which was exactly what I wanted. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. It began with a sound. I was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard it. A faint crunching noise, like footsteps on dry leaves. I froze, straining my ears. It was faint, coming from somewhere deeper in the woods, but it was there. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon, or maybe a fox. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded distinctly human. I stood up and shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks and dense undergrowth, but I didn't see anything. The sound had stopped. I waited for a while, standing still, listening. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, being alone in the woods at night can make you hyper-aware of every little sound. I went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle, every creak of the trees seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. I kept telling myself it was just the forest's natural sounds, but deep down, I felt uneasy. The next morning, I found something that made my heart race. About 20 yards from my campsite, near the edge of the creek, I saw footprints. Not animal tracks, human footprints. Bare feet. They weren't mine. I had been wearing boots the entire time. The tracks were fresh, the edges still sharp in the soft soil. They led from the creek into the woods, disappearing among the trees. I stood there for a long time, staring at the footprints, trying to make sense of them. Had someone been watching me? Was it just a coincidence? Maybe another hiker had passed through the area. But why barefoot? And why hadn't I seen or heard anyone else? I debated packing up and leaving, but I convinced myself to stay. It was broad daylight, and the thought of cutting my trip short because of some footprints felt irrational. I spent the day trying to enjoy myself, but the unease lingered. Every so often, I would glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me from the trees. That night, the sounds returned. I was in my tent, lying in my sleeping bag, when I heard them. Faint, deliberate footsteps circling my campsite. My heart pounded as I lay there, trying to stay as still and quiet as possible. The footsteps would stop for a while, then start again, always just beyond the edge of my campsite. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent as quietly as I could. Shining the beam into the darkness, I saw nothing. The forest was silent. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed in my tent, clutching my camping knife, listening for any sign of movement. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. Whatever or whoever was out there, I didn't want to find out. As I packed up my campsite, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching me. The walk back to my car felt endless. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made my pulse quicken. I kept my knife in my hand the entire time, ready for anything. When I finally reached the dirt track where my car was parked, I felt a wave of relief. But as I approached, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. My car's tires had been slashed, all 4 of them. The rubber was shredded, rendering the car completely useless. Panic set in. I was miles from the nearest road with no cell service and no way to drive out. Whoever had been watching me must have done this. I looked around, scanning the woods, but saw no one. The forest was silent, the trees standing like sentinels, indifferent to my plight. I knew I couldn't stay by the car. If someone had sabotaged it, they might come back. My only option was to hike out to the main road and hope to flag down a passing car. I grabbed my backpack, took a deep breath, and started walking. The hike was grueling. The dirt track was uneven, winding through dense forest with no clear end in sight. I kept glancing over my shoulder, paranoid that I was being followed. As the hours passed, my legs grew tired, and my water supply dwindled. The sun was starting to set, and the thought of being stuck in the woods after dark filled me with dread. Just as the last light of day was fading, I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they were unmistakable, coming from behind me, getting closer. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps quickened, matching my pace. I didn't dare look back. All I could think about was getting away, putting as much distance as possible between me and whoever was following me. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it. The main road, a narrow strip of asphalt cutting through the forest. I burst out of the trees, gasping for breath, and stumbled onto the road. There was no one in sight, no cars, no houses, just empty road stretching in both directions. But I didn't care. I was out of the woods. I started walking along the road, hoping to find help. Eventually, a pickup truck appeared in the distance. I waved it down, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a kind face, pulled over. I explained what had happened as best I could, though I left out the part about being followed. He gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I was able to call for help. The next day, I returned to the forest with a tow truck to retrieve my car. It was still there, untouched, but the sight of those slashed tires brought back the fear. I never found out who or what was out there that weekend. The footprints, the footsteps, the slashed tires. They're questions that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I haven't been camping since. It started as a spur-of-the-moment trip, a chance to disconnect from the grind of work and immerse myself in nature. I'd been working long hours, buried in spreadsheets and deadlines, and I craved the simplicity of the outdoors. So, I packed my gear, loaded up my car, and headed out to a remote camping site I'd read about online. The reviews promised solitude, stunning views, and a network of trails that would challenge even seasoned hikers. It was exactly what I needed. The campsite was nestled deep within the forest, about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. The last 30 minutes of the drive were on a dirt road that twisted and turned through dense trees. I could feel the hum of civilization fading with every mile. By the time I pulled into the clearing that served as a parking area, my phone had lost service. I wasn't bothered. I'd planned for this. I had a map, a compass, and enough supplies to last me 3 days. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. I slung my backpack over my shoulders and set out on the trail. The path was narrow, flanked by towering trees whose branches intertwined overhead, forming a natural canopy. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirp of birds. It felt good to be away from the constant buzz of notifications and traffic. Here, it was just me and the wilderness. After about 2 hours of hiking, I reached a small clearing by a lake. The water was so still it mirrored the sky and the surrounding forest. This was where I decided to set up camp. I pitched my tent on a patch of level ground, gathered some wood for a fire, and unpacked my gear. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I was sitting by a crackling fire, eating a simple meal of canned beans and bread. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. The first night passed without incident. I'd expected to struggle to fall asleep. The ground was harder than my mattress at home, and the noises of the forest were unfamiliar, but exhaustion took over and I slept deeply. I woke up to the sound of birdsong and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. The map showed a network of trails radiating from the lake, some leading to higher ground with promises of panoramic views. I chose a trail that seemed manageable but still challenging. It wound its way uphill, weaving through dense clusters of trees and crossing over small streams. As I climbed, the terrain grew steeper, and the forest thinned out, giving way to rocky outcrops and patches of wildflowers. The higher I went, the more the view expanded. By midday, I reached a ridge that offered a breathtaking panorama of the valley below. I could see the lake where I'd set up camp, glinting in the sunlight like a shard of glass. It was a moment of pure contentment. The descent was trickier than the climb. The loose rocks made the path treacherous, and I had to move carefully to avoid slipping. About halfway down, I noticed something unusual. A small pile of rocks had been arranged deliberately on the side of the trail. It wasn't the kind of thing nature would create on its own. Someone had been here recently. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe another hiker had passed through. But as I continued down the trail, I noticed more of these rock piles, spaced at irregular intervals. Each one seemed to grow more elaborate, with sticks and bits of moss added to the arrangement. By the time I reached the lake, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in the area recently, maybe even while I was out hiking. I scanned the clearing where my tent was pitched but saw no signs of disturbance. Everything was just as I'd left it. Still, the thought lingered in my mind as I went about the rest of my day. I spent the evening fishing by the lake and cooking my catch over the fire. The fresh air and exertion had worked up an appetite, and the meal tasted better than anything I'd had in weeks. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The forest, which had seemed so inviting during the day, now felt oppressive. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig made me tense. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps just outside my tent. I held my breath, straining to listen, but the sound didn't come again. Telling myself it was just an animal, I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I decided to explore a different trail. This one led to a series of small waterfalls about 3 miles from the campsite. The hike was less strenuous than the previous days, and the sound of rushing water was a welcome change from the silence of the forest. I spent a couple of hours there, taking in the scenery and snapping a few photos with the small camera I'd brought along. It was mid-afternoon by the time I started back. As I neared the campsite, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. One of the rock piles I'd seen the day before was now at the edge of the clearing where my tent stood. It hadn't been there that morning. I'd walked past the spot on my way to the waterfalls, and I was certain I would have noticed it. The arrangement was intricate, almost like a miniature sculpture. Someone had been here while I was gone. I checked my tent and my belongings. Nothing was missing or out of place, but the sense of unease was impossible to ignore. I considered packing up and leaving, but the sun was already sinking toward the horizon, and I didn't relish the idea of navigating the dirt road in the dark. I decided to stay one more night, though I resolved to keep my knife within easy reach. That evening, I kept the fire going longer than usual. The flames provided a sense of security, though I knew they would do little to deter anyone determined to approach. I sat by the fire, listening intently to the sounds of the forest. Every now and then, I thought I heard faint noises, a branch snapping, the crunch of leaves underfoot, but they were too sporadic and distant to pinpoint. When I finally crawled into my tent, I left the zipper partially open so I could see the fire and the surrounding area. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but the fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow. The forest was deathly quiet. It took me a moment to realize what had woken me. A sound, close by. It was faint but unmistakable, the sound of fabric being brushed against or moved. My heart pounded as I lay still, straining to hear more. Then came another sound, this one unmistakable, the faint crunch of footsteps just outside the tent. Adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed my knife, gripping it tightly. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the sound began again, moving around the tent. Whoever it was, they were circling me. I didn't dare move. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it an animal? Another camper? Someone up to no good? Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. I held my breath, listening intently. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. Finally, I gathered the courage to unzip the tent just enough to peek outside. The clearing was empty. The embers of the fire cast long shadows, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. I scanned the tree line, my eyes darting from one shadow to the next. Nothing moved. I spent the rest of the night sitting upright in the tent, the knife clutched in my hand. Sleep was out of the question. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my gear and left. The hike back to the car felt like it took an eternity. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig made me jump. When I finally reached the parking area, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The car was just as I'd left it. I threw my backpack into the trunk, got behind the wheel, and drove away without looking back. It wasn't until I was back on the main road, with the forest fading into the distance, that I allowed myself to relax. I'd gone into the wilderness seeking peace and solitude, but I'd found something else entirely, a reminder that nature, while beautiful, can also be unpredictable and unsettling. I don't know who or what was out there with me, and maybe it's better that way. All I know is that I'll think twice before venturing into the woods alone again. I didn't think much of it when I decided to go camping alone that weekend. It was something I'd done many times before. Being out in nature, away from the hum of city life, was my way of resetting. Just me, the trees, the stars, and the endless quiet. That was the plan, at least. I picked a spot I'd been to once before, years ago. A place deep in the national forest, far enough off the beaten path that you'd be hard-pressed to find another soul. It wasn't an official campsite, no picnic tables or fire pits, but that was part of the appeal. I packed light: a tent, a sleeping bag, a small propane stove, some dehydrated meals, a water filter, and the usual essentials. My phone came along too, though service out there was non-existent. It was just a glorified flashlight and camera at that point. The drive took me 2 hours, and the hike to the spot another 3. By the time I arrived, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees. The forest was dense, the air thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. I found a clearing just large enough for my tent, with a small stream nearby for water. It was perfect. I set up camp quickly, pitching my tent on a patch of soft ground and arranging my gear inside. As the last light faded, I lit a small camping lantern and cooked dinner. A simple meal of instant noodles and jerky. The quiet was overwhelming, but in a comforting way. The only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the occasional call of a distant bird. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, the forest was pitch black. I lay there for a while, staring up at the mesh of my tent and the faint glimmer of stars above. Sleep came easily. The first night passed without incident. I woke with the sun, feeling refreshed and ready to explore. After a quick breakfast, I grabbed my day pack and headed out. The forest was beautiful, with towering trees and patches of sunlight filtering through the canopy. I followed the stream for a while, then veered off to climb a rocky outcrop I'd spotted in the distance. The view from the top was breathtaking, miles of unbroken forest stretching to the horizon. I spent the day wandering, losing track of time as I soaked in the solitude. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was already dipping low. I made another simple meal and settled in for the evening. That night, though, I found it harder to sleep. The silence that had been so comforting now felt oppressive. Every little noise, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves, seemed amplified. I told myself it was just the usual sounds of the forest, nothing to worry about. The second day followed much the same pattern. Hiking, exploring, enjoying the wilderness. But by the time I returned to camp that evening, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the clearing didn't seem quite the same. My gear was untouched, and nothing appeared out of place. But the air felt heavier, the quiet deeper. I shrugged it off, blaming my imagination. That night, the unease grew. I woke up several times, certain I'd heard something outside the tent. Each time, I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. But there was nothing, just the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, that the isolation was playing tricks on my mind. On the third day, I decided to cut my trip short. The unease had settled into a constant weight in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I packed up my gear, I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder. The forest, once so inviting, now felt claustrophobic. The hike back to my car was uneventful, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every so often, I'd hear a faint rustle or crack behind me, but whenever I turned, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just the usual forest noises, but my nerves were on edge. When I finally reached the trailhead and saw my car, a wave of relief washed over me. I loaded my gear into the trunk as quickly as I could, eager to leave the forest behind. But as I slid into the driver's seat, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the dusty rear window of my car, were smudges. Not handprints exactly, but marks that looked like someone had brushed their fingers across the glass. I stared at them for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. Had they been there when I arrived? Couldn't remember. Maybe I'd brushed against the window myself without realizing it. Or maybe I didn't stick around to figure it out. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the lot, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. The drive home felt endless, every shadow on the road making my heart race. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel and staring at my darkened house. Home had never felt so safe. I never did figure out what happened on that trip. Maybe it was all in my head, a product of too much time alone in the wilderness. Or maybe, well, I don't know. All I know is that I haven't been camping alone since. Camping alone had always been a calming escape for me. The solitude, the absence of modern distractions, and the humbling presence of nature allowed me to reset and refocus. That weekend, I had decided to explore a less frequented area of the Green Mountains in Vermont. It was early October, and the foliage was breathtaking. A fiery blend of oranges, yellows, and reds. The trail I chose was unmarked, a faint path locals had mentioned but wasn't on any official maps. That made it perfect for some quiet reflection. I parked my car at the base of a dirt road, well off the beaten path. From there, I hiked for about 6 hours into the woods. The trail wasn't obvious in some spots, but I'd brought a topographic map and a GPS. By mid-afternoon, I reached a small clearing beside a stream. The place seemed ideal for setting up camp. The water source was close, and the clearing was surrounded by tall pines that blocked most of the wind. Setting up camp took about an hour. I pitched my tent on a flat patch of ground, gathered some firewood, and made a small fire. Dinner was a simple freeze-dried meal, nothing fancy but enough to fill me up. As the sun set, the temperature dropped significantly. I wrapped myself in my jacket and sat by the fire, listening to the crackle of burning wood and the gentle babble of the stream. It felt perfect, peaceful and disconnected from the world. The first sign of something being off came just after dusk. I heard a distant rustling in the woods. At first, I dismissed it as wildlife. Deer and other animals were common in these parts, and the sound wasn't unusual. But the rustling continued, growing closer and more deliberate. I couldn't see anything beyond the glow of the fire, and shining my flashlight in the direction of the sound revealed nothing but trees. Still, it left me feeling uneasy. I decided to stoke the fire and make it brighter, figuring a larger flame might keep animals at bay. The noise stopped for a while, and I chalked it up to my imagination. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As the hours crept on, I retreated to my tent, zipping it up tightly and keeping my flashlight and knife within reach. Around midnight, I woke up abruptly. At first, I didn't know why. The fire outside had died down to embers, and the air inside the tent was cold. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen. Whoever or whatever it was, they were moving carefully, almost cautiously. The steps were too heavy to belong to an animal. I stayed completely still, barely breathing, as the footsteps stopped right outside my tent. My mind raced. I hadn't seen another person since I started my hike. Who could possibly be out here and why? I reached for my knife, gripping it tightly in one hand while holding my flashlight in the other. Then, without warning, the footsteps moved away, fading into the distance. I lay awake for hours, listening for any sound, but the forest had gone eerily silent. By dawn, I was exhausted but determined to stay cautious. I stepped outside my tent, knife in hand, and scanned the area. There were footprints in the dirt around my campsite. They were large and human. My stomach churned at the realization. Whoever had been there wasn't trying to hide their presence. The thought made me uneasy. I quickly packed up my gear, deciding to cut the trip short and head back to my car. The hike back felt different. The woods, which had seemed serene and welcoming on the way in, now felt oppressive. Every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. The trail, already faint, seemed harder to follow on the way back. Several times, I had to stop and check my map and GPS to make sure I was on the right path. About halfway back, I came across something that made my blood run cold. Hanging from a tree branch was a small bundle of sticks tied together with a piece of frayed rope. It looked deliberate, almost like some kind of marker or warning. The rope was weathered but recently placed. I took a photo with my phone, not sure why, and then hurried past it. As I continued, I noticed more of these bundles, each one slightly different but all tied with the same type of rope. They appeared at irregular intervals, always just off the trail. I couldn't make sense of them, but their presence unnerved me. Someone had been out here recently, and they'd gone to considerable effort to leave these behind. The final stretch of the hike felt endless. By the time I reached the dirt road where I'd parked, the sun was starting to set. Relief washed over me as I spotted my car. But as I approached, I noticed something was wrong. The back window had been smashed, and the doors were unlocked. My heart sank. I checked inside and found that my emergency supplies, a first aid kit, extra food, and a blanket were missing. The rest of my belongings, including the car's registration and a few personal items, were untouched. It felt like a message, though I couldn't decipher what it meant. I didn't waste any time. I started the car and drove back toward civilization as quickly as the rough dirt road allowed. Every so often, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the road. It wasn't until I reached a small town and found a gas station that I began to feel safe. I reported the incident to the local authorities, showing them the photos of the footprints and the strange bundles I'd found. The officer I spoke to took my statement but didn't seem overly concerned. Could have been some kids messing around, he said, but I knew better. The deliberate nature of the bundles and the calculated way the person had moved around my camp didn't feel like a prank. To this day, I don't know who was out there or what their intentions were. I've gone camping many times since, but I'm much more cautious now. I stick to well-traveled trails and established campgrounds, and I always let someone know exactly where I'm going. The woods are beautiful, but they're also vast and unpredictable. That trip was a stark reminder that while nature can be serene, it's not the only thing you need to be wary of out there. I've always loved camping. There's something about being out in the wild, away from the constant noise and chaos of daily life, that just feels right. The crackle of a campfire, the smell of pine trees, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. It's like hitting a reset button. So when I got a rare weekend off work, I decided to head out alone for a couple of nights in the woods. I'd done solo trips before and felt comfortable enough to handle myself. I chose a spot about an hour's drive from my place. It wasn't a popular campsite, just a patch of wilderness with a few trails and a river nearby, perfect for some peace and quiet. The plan was to hike a few miles in, set up camp, and spend the weekend fishing, reading, and enjoying the solitude. I packed light but made sure I had the essentials: tent, sleeping bag, a small cooking kit, some dried food, water purification tablets, and a first aid kit. I also brought a small hatchet for firewood and my trusty knife, which I always carried when camping. Before leaving, I let my friend know where I'd be and when to expect me back, a habit I never skipped. The drive was uneventful, and I reached the trailhead around mid-morning. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a slight chill in the air, and no sign of rain. I parked my car, shouldered my backpack, and started hiking. The trail wound through dense forest, and the further I went, the quieter it became. After about 2 hours, I found a nice clearing near the river. It was flat, sheltered by tall trees, and had a good view of the water. Setting up camp didn't take long. I pitched my tent on a dry patch of ground, gathered some firewood, and got a small fire going. By early afternoon, I was sitting by the river with my fishing rod, soaking up the calm. The fish weren't biting much, but I didn't mind. Just being out there was enough. As the sun started to dip below the horizon, I cooked a simple dinner over the fire. The woods were starting to come alive with the sounds of night: crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and the occasional hoot of an owl. I felt a deep sense of contentment as I sat by the fire, sipping on a cup of tea and watching the flames dance. When the fire began to die down, I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and drifted off to sleep. The first night passed without incident. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the trees and the sound of birds chirping. After a quick breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the river upstream, keeping an eye out for anything interesting. The forest felt alive, and I took my time, enjoying the sights and sounds. Around midday, I came across something odd. It was a small pile of rocks, carefully stacked in a clearing near the river. It didn't look like a natural formation. Someone had arranged them deliberately, I'd seen things like this before on hiking trails. Sometimes people built cairns to mark a path or as a sort of art. But this one felt out of place. It was too far off the trail, and there were no signs of recent foot traffic in the area. Still, I didn't think much of it and continued on my way. By late afternoon, I was back at camp. I spent the rest of the day fishing and reading, occasionally glancing at the forest around me. There was a slight unease in the back of my mind, but I brushed it off. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. The woods can play tricks on your mind when you're alone. That night, as I sat by the fire, I thought I heard something in the distance. It was faint, almost like a whistle or a hum. I paused, straining to hear, but it stopped. Probably just the wind or some animal, I thought. But as I got ready to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone out there. The second night was different. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night to a strange sound. It was faint at first, a soft rustling like something moving through the underbrush. My heart started pounding as I lay there, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound grew louder, closer. I reached for my flashlight and knife, every nerve in my body on edge. When I finally mustered the courage to unzip the tent and shine my light outside, there was nothing there. The forest was still, almost unnaturally quiet. I scanned the area but saw no signs of movement. After a while, I convinced myself it was just a deer or some other animal passing through and crawled back into my tent. Sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Near the edge of my campsite, the ground was disturbed. There were scuff marks in the dirt, like someone had been walking around. But the prints were strange. Too large to be human and oddly spaced, almost as if whoever or whatever made them had been moving on all fours. I'd seen animal tracks before, but these didn't match anything I recognized. I spent the day trying to shake off the unease. I kept busy, gathering firewood and fishing, but the feeling of being watched lingered. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. By the time evening rolled around, I was questioning whether I should stay another night. As darkness fell, I built a larger fire than usual, hoping it would keep whatever was out there at bay. I sat with my back to the flames, facing the forest, knife in hand. Hours passed, and the woods seemed to close in around me. The usual nighttime sounds were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence. Then I heard it again, the rustling, closer this time. My pulse quickened as I strained to see beyond the firelight. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was low to the ground, moving quickly and silently. I froze, gripping my knife tightly. The figure stopped just outside the circle of light, and for a moment we both stayed perfectly still. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it darted back into the darkness. My heart was racing, and I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the fire, knife in hand, waiting for the first light of dawn. When morning finally came, I wasted no time packing up. I left the campsite as quickly as I could, constantly glancing over my shoulder as I hiked back to the trailhead. The feeling of being watched never left me. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted but relieved to be out of those woods. I don't know what I encountered out there. Maybe it was just an animal, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But those tracks and the way the figure moved didn't feel natural. I haven't been camping alone since that trip, and I don't think I ever will again. Started as a day meant to clear my head. I had been overwhelmed by work, personal responsibilities, and the general chaos of life. The idea of venturing into the woods, a quiet place far removed from the noise of daily routines, seemed like the perfect solution. I had picked a trail that I'd found online, one advertised as secluded but scenic. It was supposed to be about an 8-mile loop through the forest, with plenty of small creeks, dense foliage and a stunning overlook halfway through. I packed lightly: a water bottle, a protein bar, my phone, and a small first aid kit, just in case. My hiking boots, which had seen better days but were still reliable, felt snug as I laced them up. The weather forecast was clear, and I couldn't think of a better way to spend my Saturday. The trailhead was easy enough to find, tucked behind a small gravel parking lot that could hold maybe 5 cars. When I arrived, there were only 2 vehicles parked there, which I took as a good sign. The air was crisp and carried the faint smell of pine needles and damp earth. It felt good to breathe deeply, to let my shoulders relax. With my bag slung over my shoulder, I set off. The first couple of miles were exactly what I had hoped for. The path was well defined, cutting through a mix of towering oaks and maples, their leaves a vivid green in the midday light. Birds chirped sporadically, their songs echoing faintly in the otherwise quiet woods. Occasionally, I would pass a small creek, the water bubbling over rocks in a way that felt almost meditative. I stopped once to take a photo of a particularly picturesque spot where the sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating a patch of moss-covered ground. It felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. About an hour in, I reached the overlook. The view was spectacular. Rolling hills stretching out endlessly, their green tops blending into a hazy blue horizon. I sat down on a flat rock and took a long drink from my water bottle. The silence was comforting, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I stayed there longer than I had planned, soaking it all in, before finally deciding to continue. That's when things began to go wrong. The trail beyond the overlook was less distinct. The dirt path narrowed, and patches of grass and weeds encroached on the edges. At one point, I had to duck under a low-hanging branch, and the thought crossed my mind that the trail might not be as well maintained as I had assumed. Still, I pushed forward, confident that the loop would eventually bring me back to the starting point. About 30 minutes later, I realized I hadn't seen a trail marker in quite some time. My confidence wavered. The path, if it could still be called that, had become faint, almost invisible in some places. Fallen leaves and twigs obscured the way, and I found myself second-guessing whether I was even on the trail anymore. I stopped and scanned my surroundings, trying to find any sign of a marker, a blaze painted on a tree, or even a worn patch of dirt that might indicate where others had walked. There was nothing. My phone was my first instinct. I pulled it out and opened the map app, but the screen showed no service. I tried switching to a downloaded offline map, but it was vague and unhelpful, showing only a green blob that represented the forest. Frustrated, I stuffed the phone back into my pocket and decided to backtrack. Surely I couldn't have strayed too far from the main trail, but retracing my steps proved harder than I expected. The woods looked different from this direction. Trees that had seemed distinctive before now blended into the endless sea of trunks and branches. I walked for what felt like an eternity, but I didn't recognize any landmarks. Panic began to creep in, a small knot in my stomach that tightened with every step. The sun, once high and warm, was now lower in the sky, casting long shadows that made the forest feel denser. I paused to take another sip of water, rationing what was left in case it took longer than expected to find my way back. I hadn't brought nearly enough for an extended hike, and the protein bar in my bag suddenly seemed pitifully inadequate. As the hours dragged on, I came to a chilling realization. I was lost. The weight of that truth settled over me like a heavy blanket. I'd read enough about hiking safety to know the basics. Stay put, they said. Someone will find you. But the thought of sitting still, alone in the growing darkness, was unbearable. Surely, if I kept moving, I'd find the trail again. I convinced myself that it was just a matter of perseverance. I kept walking. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest was cloaked in shadows. The temperature dropped, and I regretted not bringing a jacket. I hadn't anticipated being out this late. The sounds of the woods changed, too. The cheerful bird songs were replaced by the occasional snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. My imagination turned these noises into threats. A bear, a mountain lion, something watching me from the shadows. I knew these fears were irrational, but they were hard to shake. Night fell completely, and the darkness was absolute. The thin beam of my phone's flashlight was my only source of light, and it barely illuminated the ground in front of me. Every step felt precarious, as if I might trip on an unseen route or stumble into a hole. My legs ached, my throat was dry, and my stomach growled in protest. Still, I pressed on. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop. I found a relatively flat spot under a tree and sat down, leaning against the trunk. The ground was cold and hard, and every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. I wrapped my arms around my knees and tried to think. The rational part of my brain knew that I needed to conserve energy, to rest until morning light made it safer to move. But the fear of being alone, of being truly lost, kept me awake. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by the cold and the unsettling noises of the forest. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps, but when I shone my light in the direction of the sound, there was nothing there. My heart raced, and I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, straining to hear anything else. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and discomfort. When dawn finally broke, the relief was overwhelming. The forest, though still unfamiliar, felt less threatening in the light. I forced myself to eat half of the protein bar and took another small sip of water. Then I started walking again, this time paying closer attention to my surroundings. I looked for anything that might indicate human activity. A trail marker, a broken branch, even litter. But the woods remained unyielding in their sameness. Hours turned into another day. I rationed what little food and water I had left, my body growing weaker with each passing hour. The hope of finding the trail again faded, replaced by a grim determination to keep moving. I thought about my family, my friends, the people who would eventually realize I was missing. I clung to the belief that someone would come looking for me, that I just had to hold on long enough to be found. On the third day, as I stumbled through the forest, my legs threatening to give out, I saw it. A break in the trees that revealed a dirt road. The sight of it was almost too much to process. Tears blurred my vision as I forced my body to move faster, stumbling out of the woods and onto the road. It was empty, but it was a sign of civilization, of safety. I collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to move any further. It was a couple of hours before a car came by. The driver, an older man in a pickup truck, stopped immediately when he saw me. He gave me water, called for help, and stayed with me until an ambulance arrived. As I sat in the back of the truck, wrapped in a blanket and sipping water, the reality of what I had been through began to sink in. I had made it out. I was alive. The experience stayed with me long after I returned home. I'd never felt so vulnerable, so exposed to the raw power of nature. It was a humbling reminder of how easily things can go wrong, how quickly control can slip through your fingers. But it also taught me something about resilience, about the strength it takes to keep going even when the odds seem insurmountable. I haven't been back to the woods since. Maybe one day I will, but not without better preparation. For now, I'm content to stay on solid ground, grateful for the life that I almost lost and the lessons I'll never forget. I'm not sure why I thought it would be a good idea to head to the cabin alone. Maybe it was the promise of peace and quiet, a chance to clear my head. Life in the city had been overwhelming lately, and the idea of disconnecting from everything sounded like the perfect remedy. So, when my friend offered me the use of his family's remote cabin in the woods, I jumped at the opportunity. The drive out there was uneventful, though the roads became narrower and more desolate the further I went. Trees lined the path on both sides, their branches arching overhead like a tunnel. My GPS lost signal about 20 minutes before I arrived, but the instructions my friend had given me were straightforward. Turn left at the old wooden sign, drive 3 miles down the dirt road, and there it was. The cabin itself was modest, nestled in a small clearing surrounded by dense forest. It looked like something out of a postcard. A simple wooden structure with a slanted roof, a small porch, and a single chimney. There was a shed a few yards away, which I assumed held tools or firewood. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of pine and damp soil. It was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. I parked the car, grabbed my bag, and made my way inside. The interior was cozy but dated. The living room had a stone fireplace, a worn-out couch, and a wooden coffee table. The kitchen was small but functional, with a gas stove, a mini fridge, and shelves stocked with canned goods and dry food. There was one bedroom and a bathroom, everything I needed for a short getaway. After unpacking, I decided to explore the area. The woods were dense, the trees towering and ancient. A narrow path wound its way through the forest, and I followed it for a while. The sounds of the forest surrounded me. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional crack of a branch, the distant call of a bird. It was peaceful, but there was an underlying sense of isolation that was hard to ignore. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though I told myself it was just my imagination. As the sun began to set, I made my way back to the cabin. The temperature dropped quickly, and I was glad for the stack of firewood by the fireplace. I started a fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled into the couch with a book. The crackling of the fire was comforting, and for the first time in weeks, I felt truly relaxed. The first night passed without incident. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the windows and the sound of birdsong. After breakfast, I decided to venture further into the woods. I brought a map my friend had left in the cabin, which marked a few points of interest: a small stream, an old hunting tower, and a clearing with a great view of the surrounding hills. I planned to visit all three. The stream was easy to find, its clear water bubbling over smooth stones. I spent some time there enjoying the tranquility. The hunting tower was less inviting. It was old and rickety, its wooden beams weathered and splintered. I climbed it anyway, the structure creaking with every step. From the top, I had a decent view of the forest, though the thick canopy obscured much of the ground below. I didn't stay long. The clearing was the furthest point, and getting there was more challenging than I expected. The trail became less defined, and I had to push through dense underbrush. When I finally arrived, the view was worth it. The hills stretched out before me, the forest a sea of green that seemed endless. I stayed for a while, taking it all in before starting back. It was on the way back that things began to feel off. The forest seemed quieter than before. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence. I quickened my pace, trying to shake the unease that was settling over me. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door behind me and tried to convince myself I was overreacting. I'd spent too much time in the city, where silence was rare. Out here, it was probably normal. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, I woke up to a sound outside. It was faint at first, just the occasional crack of a branch or rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But the sounds grew louder, more deliberate, as if someone was walking around the cabin. I stayed in bed, my heart pounding, straining to hear over the sound of my own breathing. The footsteps circled the cabin, slow and methodical. They stopped by the front porch, and I held my breath, waiting. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, before the footsteps moved away and disappeared into the woods. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt around the cabin. They weren't animal tracks, they were boot prints. Someone had been out there. I tried to convince myself it was a hiker who'd wandered too close, but deep down, I knew that didn't make sense. The cabin was too remote. I spent the day inside, uneasy and on edge. I kept the doors locked and stayed near the fireplace, where I felt safest. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the tracks had been there before I arrived, and I just hadn't noticed. That night, the sounds returned. This time, they were louder, more deliberate. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to be quiet. They banged on the walls of the cabin, rattled the doorknob, and stomped across the porch. I sat in the living room, clutching a fireplace poker, my heart racing. The banging continued for what felt like an eternity before everything went silent. I didn't sleep. When dawn broke, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed my things and loaded them into the car. As I walked to the driver's side, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Carved into the wooden door of the cabin were the words, "Leave now." I didn't need to be told twice. I got in the car and drove as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the nearest town. I checked into a motel and spent the night there, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, I called my friend to tell him what had happened. He seemed genuinely shocked and apologized profusely, insisting that nothing like this had ever happened before. He promised to look into it and let me know if he found anything, but I told him I didn't want to know. I just wanted to put the whole experience behind me. I never went back to that cabin, and I've avoided remote places ever since. Whatever or whoever was out there that night, I'm just glad I listened to the warning and left. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. The old cabin stood silently among the trees, shrouded in a dense fog that clung to the ground like a second skin. The air was damp and heavy, thick with the smell of wet pine and earth. I had come up here to get away from everything. Just me and nature, no distractions, no noise, no people. I thought it would be the perfect escape. I had been warned. The locals around the small town at the foot of the mountains had given me strange looks when I asked about the cabin. Some had even advised me to reconsider renting it, but I wasn't interested in their superstitions. I needed silence, and a cabin like this seemed like just the place to find it. The cabin was isolated, far from any roads or nearby houses, the kind of place you could only reach by foot or by driving along a narrow dirt path that seemed to disappear into the wilderness. The owner, an older man with a shaky voice, handed me the key and told me to be careful. I thought little of it. People are always warning you about things, especially when they don't want you to do something. When I arrived, the place was exactly as I expected. A small, single-story structure with a slanted roof and dark wood that looked aged but sturdy. The windows were grimy, and the door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled musty, like something had been sitting undisturbed for far too long. Dust covered the surfaces, and cobwebs clung to the corners. It wasn't unpleasant, though. Felt lived in, though long abandoned. I dropped my bags by the door and locked it behind me. The first night was peaceful. Too peaceful, maybe. The silence was so complete, it felt like the world outside had simply stopped existing. The only sound I could hear was the occasional rustling of the trees, but even that felt distant, muffled by the heavy fog that had settled in the valley. I spent the day exploring the area around the cabin. The woods were dense, with thick underbrush and towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. It was beautiful in a way untouched by human hands. But as the hours passed, a strange feeling began to settle in my chest, something I couldn't explain. It was a weight, a pressure, as if the forest was watching me, waiting for me to leave or make a mistake. I brushed it off as nerves, After all, being alone in the wilderness for the first time can play tricks on your mind. That night, I built a fire in the cabin's small stone fireplace and settled in with a book. The crackling flames cast long shadows on the walls, and the warmth felt comforting. Then, as the night deepened, I heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, a soft tapping. I thought it was just the wind, maybe a branch tapping against the cabin. But then it came again, louder this time. The sound was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It wasn't wind, it wasn't a branch. It was something else. My heart started pounding, but I told myself it was just an animal outside, maybe a squirrel or a raccoon. The tapping continued, now accompanied by a low, grinding noise. I froze, listening. It was coming from the roof. I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to check, but the curiosity gnawed at me, pulling me out of my chair and towards the door. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and hesitated, standing there in the quiet cabin, the tapping still echoing above me. I stepped outside onto the small porch, shining the beam of light up toward the roof. The flashlight flickered for a moment before settling on the wooden shingles, and I could see nothing. But the tapping didn't stop. It was louder now, as if something was moving across the roof, dragging its feet. I backed away from the porch, trying to convince myself it was just the wind, the weight of snow or ice shifting on the roof. But then, as I stood there, something caught my eye. A shape, dark and subtle, moved along the edge of the roof. A figure, small but distinct, crouched in the shadows, blending with the dark wood. I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were frozen in place. My breath caught in my throat. For a long moment, the figure stayed still, almost like it was waiting for me to react. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished into the trees, disappearing into the fog without a sound. I stood there for a while, staring at the empty roof, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. But there was no rational explanation. No wind, no animals, nothing that could explain it. My heart was racing. I wanted to go inside, lock the door, and never step foot outside again. But I didn't. I stood there, frozen, as the night seemed to grow colder and the air heavier. Eventually, I did go back inside, closing the door behind me with shaking hands. The tapping had stopped, but the feeling didn't leave. The sense that I wasn't alone, that something was still out there watching. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside made my pulse spike. I kept the flashlight on my bedstand, ready to shine it at the smallest noise. But nothing else happened. The rest of the night passed in a strange, uneasy silence. In the morning, I told myself it had just been my imagination. I'd been alone too long, my mind playing tricks on me. I decided to spend the next day exploring further into the woods, hoping to clear my head. I gathered my things, put on my jacket, and stepped outside. The fog had lifted somewhat, and the sun was beginning to peek through the trees. The forest seemed less oppressive, but the unease still lingered. I walked deeper into the woods, away from the cabin, until the trees grew thicker, their trunks twisted and gnarled. The silence was almost deafening, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I stopped for a moment, trying to listen for any sound, but there was nothing, not even the birds. That's when I heard it again, the sound of something moving through the underbrush. It wasn't close, but it was definitely there, just beyond my vision. I turned quickly, but saw nothing, just the trees, the empty air. I wasn't sure how much longer I could take this. The isolation was starting to get to me. I needed to leave, but something told me I had to stay, that I hadn't found the answers yet. I made my way back to the cabin, my footsteps quick and uneven. As I approached the door, I noticed something strange. The doorknob was turned, slightly ajar. I hadn't left it like that. I knew I hadn't. I stood there for a moment, staring at the door. Something was wrong. But what? I pushed the door open slowly, my heart in my throat. Inside, everything seemed just as I had left it. The furniture, the fireplace, the shelves filled with old books. But there was a subtle change. The dust on the floor was disturbed, like someone had been walking around. Small footprints led from the door to the corner of the room, where a chair had been moved slightly out of place. I stepped inside, feeling the coldness of the room seep into my bones. I couldn't understand it. No one else had been there, or had they? Then, from behind me, I heard the sound of footsteps. Light, quick, but unmistakable. I spun around, my heart racing, but the room was empty. The door was still closed, the cabin still silent. The footsteps stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my things, bolted the door behind me, and ran into the woods. I didn't look back. My legs burned. My breath came in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop. The fog was thick again, and the trees closed in around me, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out. When I finally reached the small road that led back to town, I didn't feel relief. I felt numb. My hands trembled, and my body shook with exhaustion. I didn't stop until I was back in the town, sitting in my car, staring at the road ahead. What had happened in that cabin? What had I seen? What had I heard? The townspeople weren't surprised to see me back early. They simply nodded, their expressions unreadable. The owner of the cabin had left a note for me at the local inn, asking if I'd had a good stay. I never responded. Some things are better left unexplored. I don't know what it was that I felt in that cabin, or who or what had been watching me from the shadows. But I don't need to know, and I don't ever want to go back. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon when I set out on the trail. It was one of those late October mornings when the air has a sharp, frosty edge, and every breath feels clean and crisp. I had been planning this hike for weeks, a solo trek through a lesser-known section of the national forest. No marked trails, no crowds, just me and the wilderness. My pack was heavy with the essentials: water, protein bars, a first aid kit, a map, and my trusty old compass. I'd even packed an emergency blanket and a small multi-tool knife, just in case. People often say solo hiking is risky, but I'd done my homework. The forest wasn't completely uncharted, but it was remote enough that I wouldn't run into anyone else. That was the appeal. The first couple of hours were blissful. The trail wound through dense pines, their needles muffling my footsteps. Occasionally, a squirrel would dart across the path or a bird would chirp somewhere above me. The solitude was exactly what I needed. Life had been hectic lately, and I'd come out here to clear my head. Around mid-morning, I reached a small clearing where the sun broke through the trees. I took a short break there, sipping water and munching on a granola bar. The forest was alive with sound. The rustling of leaves, the distant gurgle of a stream, and the occasional snap of a branch. It was peaceful but not silent, a kind of quiet that feels ancient and alive. I checked my map and compass before continuing. The route I'd planned would take me to a ridge with an incredible view of the valley below. From there, I'd loop back down and follow a different path to my car. It wasn't an easy hike, but I'd done harder ones before. My confidence was high. As I climbed higher, the terrain became more rugged. The trail, if you could even call it that, was little more than a faint line in the dirt, obscured by fallen leaves. I had to rely on the landmarks I'd marked on my map. A split boulder here, a twisted oak tree there. It was slow going, but I didn't mind. The challenge made it feel like an adventure. By noon, the ridge came into view. The climb had been worth it. Standing at the edge, I could see for miles. Rolling hills blanketed in autumn colors, a river snaking through the valley, and, far off in the distance, the faint outline of a town. I sat down to rest and soak in the view. It was moments like these that made all the effort worthwhile. After a while, I decided it was time to head back. The loop trail would take me down the other side of the ridge, through a series of narrow ravines. According to the map, it was a more direct route back to my car, but also more challenging. I'd read that the path was easy to lose if you weren't paying attention. About an hour into the descent, I started to notice something odd. The trail markers, small ribbons tied to branches and rocks, were becoming less frequent. At first, I chalked it up to my own distraction. I'd been admiring the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the forest floor. But as the minutes passed, a nagging feeling crept in. I stopped to check my map and compass. The terrain didn't match what I expected. According to the map, I should have been following a dry creek bed, but there was no sign of it. Instead, the ground sloped steeply downward, covered in thick underbrush. I backtracked, hoping to find the last marker, but it was no use. The trail was gone. Panic threatened to set in, but I forced myself to stay calm. Getting lost was a possibility I'd prepared for. I still had plenty of daylight left, and my compass would help me find my way. I decided to head east, toward the direction of the parking lot. If I kept moving steadily, I'd eventually hit a road or another trail. The forest seemed different now. The trees were taller and closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out much of the light. The sounds of the forest had changed too. The cheerful chirping of birds was gone, replaced by an unsettling stillness. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded unnaturally loud. I walked for what felt like hours. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that made the forest seem even more unfamiliar. I kept checking my compass, but the terrain was confusing. Hills and ravines that weren't on the map appeared out of nowhere. I climbed over fallen logs, waded through thick patches of ferns, and skirted around thorny bushes. My legs were starting to ache. Then I saw it, a structure in the distance. At first, I thought it might be a ranger station or an old cabin. Relief washed over me, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It was a weathered wooden frame, like the remains of a long-abandoned lean-to. The wood was dark with age, and moss clung to its surfaces. Nearby, there was a fire pit filled with charred stones. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years, but it still gave me the creeps. Who had built it, and why? I looked around, hoping to find some sign of a trail or a path leading away from the structure, but there was nothing, just more trees and underbrush. I decided to keep moving. Standing there, staring at the old structure, was making my skin crawl. The shadows were growing longer, and I knew I needed to find a way out before nightfall. I picked up my pace, heading east again, but the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees were denser here, their gnarled roots snaking across the ground like traps. Then I heard it, a sound that stopped me in my tracks. It was faint, but unmistakable, the crunch of leaves underfoot. Someone or something was moving nearby. My heart pounded as I scanned the forest, but I couldn't see anything. The sound came again, closer this time. I dropped to a crouch, trying to make myself as small and quiet as possible. Minutes passed. The forest was silent again, but my sense of unease had grown. I decided to move, keeping low and stepping carefully to avoid making noise. Every few steps, I'd pause and listen. The feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. Finally, I broke into a small clearing. The last rays of sunlight illuminated a narrow game trail leading downhill. I decided to follow it, hoping it would lead to a stream or a road. The trail was faint, barely more than a suggestion in the dirt, but it was better than nothing. As I descended, the air grew colder. The forest was darker here, and the trees seemed older. Their twisted branches formed shapes that looked almost human in the dim light. I tried not to think about it, focusing instead on placing one foot in front of the other. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the dirt ahead of me was a single footprint. It was fresh and it wasn't mine. The print was deep, suggesting whoever made it was carrying a heavy load. I looked around, my pulse racing. There were no other prints, just that one, as if the person had vanished into thin air. I wanted to run, but I knew that would only make things worse. Instead, I kept moving, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The trail led me to a dry creek bed, and for the first time in hours, I felt a glimmer of hope. If I followed the creek, it might lead to a river or a road. I quickened my pace, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence. The creek bed twisted and turned, and I followed it blindly, too afraid to stop. My flashlight cast eerie shadows on the rocks and trees, making them seem alive. I thought I heard something behind me, a faint rustling, like someone moving through the underbrush. I didn't look back. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw lights in the distance. They were faint and flickering, but they were unmistakably artificial. My heart leapt. I scrambled up the bank and into a clearing, where I found a dirt road. The lights were coming from a truck parked a few hundred yards away. I ran toward it, waving my arms and shouting. The driver, a grizzled old man in a flannel shirt, looked as surprised to see me as I was to see him. He rolled down his window and asked if I was okay. I told him I'd gotten lost and asked if he could take me to the nearest ranger station. He nodded and told me to hop in. As we drove away, I looked back at the forest. It loomed dark and silent, its secrets hidden among the trees. I never did figure out who or what had made that footprint, or what had been following me. But as the truck's headlights pierced the night, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I was safe, for now. I've always loved camping. The smell of pine trees, the rustle of leaves, the crackling campfire. It's a way to escape the chaos of everyday life and find some peace. Last summer, I planned a solo camping trip to a remote area in the Pacific Northwest. I wanted solitude, just me, the wilderness, and the quiet. I got all of that and more than I bargained for. The drive to the trailhead was uneventful. The gravel road wound through dense forests and along steep cliffs. My car bounced and rattled over the rough terrain, but I didn't mind. The isolation was exactly what I needed. By the time I reached the small clearing where the trail began, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. I strapped on my backpack, double-checked my map and compass, and headed into the forest. The trail was narrow and overgrown, clearly not well-traveled. That was a good sign. I wanted to be far from the usual camping spots. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. No distant hum of highways, no voices, no signs of human presence. Just the rustling leaves, the occasional call of a bird, and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the dirt. After about 3 hours of hiking, I reached a small clearing near a stream. It was perfect. The water was clear and cold, shaded by overhanging branches. The ground was soft and flat, ideal for pitching a tent. I set up my camp quickly, arranging my gear and gathering firewood. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I had a small fire going and was boiling water for a dehydrated meal. That first night was uneventful. The forest was alive with nocturnal sounds. The chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional rustle of leaves. I fell asleep to the soothing rhythm of the stream. The second day, I decided to explore the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a small pack with essentials: water, snacks, a map, and a knife. The forest was thick, the trees towering high above, their branches interlocking to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. I followed the stream for a while, then veered off into the woods, marking my path with small ribbons of biodegradable tape. Felt like true wilderness. No trails, no signs, just endless trees and underbrush. Around midday, I stumbled upon something odd. It was a pile of stones, stacked deliberately in the middle of a small clearing. They weren't particularly large or unusual, but their arrangement felt intentional. I paused, staring at the pile. It didn't seem natural, but I couldn't figure out why anyone would be out here stacking rocks. I shrugged it off as a strange coincidence and moved on. As the afternoon wore on, I realized I'd wandered farther than I intended. The shadows were growing longer, and the light had taken on that golden hue that signaled the approach of evening. I turned back, following my marked path, but something felt off. The forest seemed darker, quieter. Even the birds were silent. The air felt heavier, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When I finally reached my campsite, the fire pit was disturbed. The rocks I had arranged in a circle were scattered, and the ashes from the previous night were spread across the ground. My first thought was animals, but it didn't add up. I'd seen no tracks, no signs of wildlife large enough to cause this. My gut told me something else was going on, but I tried to push the thought aside. I rebuilt the fire pit, lit a new fire, and sat close to it as the night settled in. The sounds of the forest were there, but they seemed distant, muffled. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for movement. I didn't see anything, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. The second night was restless. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made my heart race. At some point, exhaustion won, and I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke up just before dawn to a strange noise. It was faint, a distant rustling, followed by a sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot. I sat up, straining to listen. The sound came again, closer this time. My heart pounded as I fumbled for my flashlight and shone it into the trees. Nothing, just shadows and the shifting light of the fire. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the sky began to lighten, I packed up my camp. I decided to cut my trip short. The unease I felt wasn't something I could shake. As I hiked back toward the trailhead, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The forest felt different, almost hostile. The trees seemed to close in, and the trail that had been so clear before now felt confusing, almost unfamiliar. About halfway back, I found another pile of stones, similar to the one I'd seen the day before. This one was larger, and there were small sticks arranged around it in a strange pattern. It stopped me in my tracks. I stood there, staring at it, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them were comforting. That's when I heard it. A faint whistle, high and melodic, coming from deeper in the woods. It wasn't a bird. It was too deliberate, too human. My blood ran cold. I didn't wait to find out who or what was making that sound. I turned and practically ran down the trail, my pack bouncing against my back. The rest of the hike was a blur. I kept moving, pushing myself harder than I'd ever pushed before. The whistling came and went, sometimes closer, sometimes farther, but it never stopped entirely. By the time I reached the clearing where I'd left my car, I was drenched in sweat and my legs felt like jelly. I threw my pack into the back seat, started the engine, and peeled out of there, the tires kicking up gravel. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on a paved road, surrounded by the reassuring signs of civilization. Only then did I pull over to catch my breath. My hands were shaking, and my mind was racing with questions I couldn't answer. What had I stumbled into out there? Who or what had been watching me? I'll never know for sure, but one thing is certain. I won't be camping alone again. That trip left its mark on me. I still love the outdoors, but the idea of total isolation doesn't hold the same appeal. Sometimes, I wake up at night to the sound of a faint whistle in my dreams, and I'm back in that forest, running, searching for safety. It's a reminder that the wilderness is beautiful, but it's also wild and unpredictable. And sometimes, it's best to respect the unknown and keep your distance. It had been a while since I'd taken a real hike, and with the weather finally turning nice, I figured it was the perfect time to get out and explore some new trails. I've always loved being outdoors, especially when the air is crisp and the only sounds you hear are the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. My plan was simple: drive out to the edge of the woods, find a secluded trail, and spend a few hours soaking in the peace of nature. The drive was uneventful. I rolled down the windows to let the fresh air mix with the faint scent of pine trees. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. I didn't think much of it. After all, I was only planning to hike for a few hours before returning to the car as it got darker. A quick jaunt through the woods, nothing to worry about. The trailhead was a small parking lot, barely visible unless you were looking for it. There weren't any other cars there, which struck me as odd, but I didn't think too much about it. I pulled into the lot and grabbed my backpack, double-checking that I had enough water, a snack, and my phone. I always try to be cautious when I'm alone in the woods, even if I don't expect anything unusual to happen. The trail was well marked at first, a wide path with an easy incline, the kind of trail that made you feel like a seasoned hiker without any real effort. As I walked, the light around me began to fade, the trees growing denser and blocking out the last of the sunlight. I wasn't far from the trailhead, but I noticed the sounds of the forest starting to change. The usual bird calls had stopped, and there was an eerie silence, like the woods were holding their breath. I paused for a moment, trying to shake the feeling off. The air had gotten colder, and I wrapped my jacket around me. Maybe it was just the weather cooling down faster than I expected. Or maybe it was the isolation starting to get to me. It was odd, though, the way the woods felt so still. Usually, there was some noise, rustling leaves, the distant sound of an animal, anything. But now, nothing. I pushed on, telling myself I was being paranoid. The trail curved slightly to the left, and I followed it without thinking. The woods around me were dense, the trees towering above, their gnarled roots stretching across the path. The ground was soft beneath my boots, leaves and twigs crunching with each step. The air smelled earthy, like wet moss and damp soil. It should have been comforting, but the longer I walked, the more unsettling the silence became. I had planned to go deeper into the woods, but a part of me was starting to second-guess that decision. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like something was wrong. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my steps grew slower as I took in my surroundings. The trail had narrowed as I walked, and now it was barely wide enough for me to pass through without brushing against the undergrowth. I couldn't see the sky anymore, only the dark shadows of trees looming overhead. At some point, I stopped entirely, listening. Still, there was nothing. Just the heavy silence. It was unsettling, almost suffocating. I glanced around, trying to shake the feeling. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out, relieved to see a text from a friend back home. Just a simple message, nothing important. But in that moment, I realized I hadn't seen or heard another soul since I'd started my hike. There was something strange about that. I looked back down the trail, but it was hard to see the way I'd come. The trees had closed in so tightly that even the faint light from the setting sun wasn't able to reach the path. My stomach tightened, and I felt a flicker of anxiety. The idea of turning back was appealing, but I hesitated. There was still something compelling about pushing forward. The trail had to loop back around eventually, right? I convinced myself that I was overthinking it and took a deep breath before continuing on. Another few minutes passed, and the feeling of unease only deepened. It wasn't just the silence anymore. The path had started to split off into smaller, more irregular trails, the kind that were harder to follow. At first, I thought it was part of the main trail, but soon, I couldn't be sure. The trees had grown so thick that I couldn't see very far ahead. The feeling of being watched started to creep up on me, like eyes were following my every move. I paused again, this time feeling genuinely uncertain about which direction to go. The whole place felt foreign now, as if the woods were shifting around me. I checked my phone again, but there was no service, just a few weak bars that were of no use. I took another step, then another, but the trail felt wrong. I wasn't sure why. It just didn't feel like it should. After what seemed like hours, I finally decided to turn around. But the way back wasn't the same as the way I came. The path seemed different, or at least it felt that way. The trees looked more imposing now, their trunks thick and twisted, the branches reaching out like skeletal hands. It wasn't the same place anymore. Couldn't be. I retraced my steps, trying to stick to the trail, but I couldn't shake the feeling of disorientation. The more I walked, the more I felt like I was walking in circles. The silence around me was deafening, the air thick and heavy. The chill had deepened, and I could see my breath in the air, despite the relatively mild temperature earlier in the day. I should have been on the edge of panic by now, but somehow I wasn't. It was like I was in a dream, a place where time didn't make sense, and the path twisted in strange ways. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for some guidance, but it was still useless. No signal, nothing. It was like the whole world had fallen away. The woods felt infinite now, stretching on endlessly in every direction. As I continued to walk, something caught my eye, a flash of movement between the trees. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I saw it again, clearer this time. Something dark, moving quickly behind the trunks of the trees, just out of reach. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, staring ahead, but the movement stopped as quickly as it started. There was nothing there. I waited, my body tense, but nothing happened. The silence returned. I was alone. I had to be. It took me a while to realize that I wasn't just lost. I was disoriented. The trail wasn't just hard to follow. It had changed. I had walked for miles, and now I was somewhere that didn't feel like the same place I'd started. The trees felt different. The air felt heavier. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root, and I fell forward, catching myself on my hands. I sat up, breathing hard, and for the first time, the full weight of what was happening hit me. I was lost, really lost. I didn't know where I was. The trees were unfamiliar, the trail was gone, and my sense of direction had completely failed me. Panic rose up in my chest. I stood quickly, trying to calm my racing heart, and took a deep breath. I knew I couldn't panic. If I wanted to get out of this, I had to think clearly. I stopped and listened, trying to focus on anything that might lead me back to the main trail. There was nothing, just the same oppressive silence. But then, in the distance, I heard something. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not the sound of an animal, but a human's steps. My heart raced again, but this time, I felt a flicker of hope. I wasn't alone. I called out, but my voice felt small and lost in the vastness of the woods. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. I didn't wait. I turned in the direction of the sound, hoping to find the person, hoping they could help me find my way back. I pushed through the trees, tripping over roots and branches, trying to move as quickly as I could. Then finally I saw it, a break in the trees. The trail. It was there, just ahead. The familiar path, wide and clear. My heart thudded in my chest as I rushed toward it. And when I stepped onto that trail, I felt a wave of relief. I wasn't lost anymore. The hike out of the woods felt longer than it should have, but eventually, I saw the parking lot in the distance, and the real world began to feel like it was back. I reached my car, got in, and sat for a moment, taking deep breaths. It wasn't until I was driving back home, safe and sound, that I finally allowed myself to reflect on the experience. The woods had felt off, something wasn't right. But the feeling of being lost and the strange presence I felt around me stayed with me. I had gotten out, but I wasn't sure if the woods were done with me. There was something lingering in my mind, a question that I couldn't shake. What was it that I had really encountered out there? And why hadn't anyone been there to begin with? I've always loved camping. There's something about being surrounded by nothing but trees, mountains, and the sounds of nature that feels grounding, almost like hitting a reset button. I'd planned this particular camping trip for weeks, a solo weekend in the foothills of the Alps. The idea was simple: hike to a remote spot, pitch my tent, and spend 2 nights alone under the stars. No distractions, no people, just me and the wilderness. The first day was perfect. The weather was clear, the trail well marked, and I made good time. My backpack was heavy, but I'd packed everything I needed: food, water, a first aid kit, a lightweight tent, and a reliable sleeping bag. I'd even brought a small book to read by the campfire. By late afternoon, I found a spot that seemed ideal: a clearing near a stream, with a few flat rocks where I could set up my stove. The area was surrounded by tall pines, their tops swaying gently in the wind. It was picturesque, exactly what I'd hoped for. Setting up camp was routine. The tent went up without a hitch, and I collected enough firewood to last the evening. After dinner, I sat by the fire, staring into the flames and listening to the forest. Occasionally, I'd hear the rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl, but nothing out of the ordinary. The stars were incredible that night, brighter than I'd ever seen. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, I felt a sense of peace that had been missing from my life for a long time. The first night passed uneventfully, though I woke up a few times. Once, I thought I heard something outside the tent, a faint crunch of leaves, but I chalked it up to an animal and went back to sleep. Morning came quickly, and I felt refreshed and ready to explore the area. I spent the day hiking further up the trail, taking photos, and enjoying the solitude. By the time I returned to my campsite, the sun was starting to dip below the horizon. I made another fire, cooked a simple meal, and settled in for the evening. That's when things started to feel off. It began subtly, a feeling I couldn't quite place. The forest seemed quieter than it had the previous night. The usual background noise of birds and insects was absent, replaced by an almost oppressive silence. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the weather was changing or the wildlife had moved on. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I put out the fire and climbed into my tent, zipping it up tightly. I lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. But sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound outside seemed amplified: the creak of a tree, the rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig. I reminded myself that I was in the wilderness. Animals were bound to be nearby. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the light, erratic steps of an animal, but deliberate, measured steps. Someone was walking near my campsite. My heart began to race. I lay perfectly still, straining to hear over the pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. I held my breath, listening. Nothing, just silence again. I told myself it had to be my imagination. Maybe it was a deer, or perhaps the sound of my own heartbeat was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. I stayed awake for what felt like hours, every nerve in my body on edge. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I stepped out of my tent and immediately noticed something was wrong. The firewood I'd gathered the night before was scattered, as if someone had kicked it around. My food bag, which I'd hung from a tree to keep it away from animals, was on the ground, torn open. Most of the contents were missing. I felt a chill run down my spine. Animals didn't untie knots or deliberately scatter things. Someone had been here. I debated packing up and heading back to the trailhead, but it was a long hike, and I wasn't sure I'd make it before nightfall. Instead, I decided to stay one more night, but I would keep my gear close and sleep with my knife within arm's reach. I spent the day trying to enjoy myself, but the unease lingered. Every sound made me jump, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. As the sun set, I prepared for another uneasy night. I made a small fire but didn't stray far from it. I ate quickly, cleaned up, and secured my food bag more carefully this time. Then I sat by the fire, trying to read my book, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the shadows beyond the firelight. Around midnight, the footsteps returned. This time, they were unmistakable. Someone was walking just beyond the edge of the clearing. I grabbed my knife and flashlight, my hands trembling. "Who's there?" I wanted to call out, but fear kept me silent. The footsteps stopped again, and I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound. The beam illuminated nothing but trees. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my tent, clutching the knife, jumping at every noise. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from the tent, exhausted and jittery. My food bag was untouched this time, but I didn't care. I packed up my gear as quickly as possible, my hands shaking. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back to the trailhead was grueling. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set my heart racing. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear into the trunk and locked the doors. Only then did I let out a shaky breath. I never found out who or what was out there with me. Maybe it was a prankster, someone trying to scare me. Maybe it was something more sinister. All I know is that the wilderness, once a place of peace and solitude, now feels different. I still go camping, but I'm more cautious. I choose campsites closer to other people, and I always keep a means of self-defense close at hand. That weekend in the Alps taught me a hard lesson. The wild isn't always as empty as it seems. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend. I'd been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks, craving a break from the constant noise of city life. The plan was simple: drive out to a remote area, set up camp, and spend a few days hiking and relaxing in the wilderness. I picked a spot far from the usual crowded campsites, a small clearing in the woods I'd stumbled across online. The reviews were scarce, but the pictures showed a serene, untouched stretch of forest with a narrow stream cutting through it. It looked perfect. The drive out was uneventful. The roads became narrower and less maintained the farther I went. By the time I turned onto the final dirt road, my GPS signal was long gone. The isolation was exactly what I'd hoped for. After an hour of bumping along the rutted trail, I found the clearing. It was as picturesque as the photos had promised, maybe even better. Towering pines surrounded the space, their tops swaying gently in the breeze. The stream, clear and cold, wound lazily along the edge of the clearing. I parked my car off to the side and got to work setting up camp. It didn't take long to pitch my tent and arrange my gear. I even had time to gather some wood for a small fire before the sun began to set. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. As the sky turned from orange to deep blue, I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal and listening to the forest sounds. Crickets chirped, and the occasional rustle of leaves hinted at small animals moving in the underbrush. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. The first night passed without incident. I woke up early the next morning, eager to explore. With a map and compass in hand, I planned a loop hike that would take me up a nearby ridge and back down to the stream. The trail was faint, barely more than a game path, but it was easy enough to follow. The climb was steep in places, and I had to stop several times to catch my breath. Each time I paused, I'd take in the view. Endless trees stretching in every direction, broken only by the distant shimmer of a lake. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was high in the sky, and I was starving. I made a quick lunch and spent the afternoon lounging by the stream, letting the cold water soothe my sore feet. As the sun dipped lower, I built another fire and prepared for the night. The sense of tranquility I'd felt the day before was still there, but it was tinged with something else. A faint unease I couldn't quite place. I chalked it up to being alone in such an isolated place. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. The second night was different. I woke up sometime after midnight, unsure of what had roused me. The fire had burned down to embers, casting just enough light to see the outline of my tent. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The usual background hum of insects was gone. I lay still, straining to hear anything. That's when I noticed it. A faint sound, like footsteps, coming from the woods. At first, I told myself it was an animal, deer maybe, or a raccoon, but the steps were too deliberate, too heavy. They moved slowly, stopping and starting as if whoever or whatever it was didn't want to be heard. My heart began to race. I sat up, careful not to make any noise. The footsteps seemed to circle the clearing, staying just out of sight. I grabbed the flashlight from beside my sleeping bag and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees beyond the fire. Nothing. No movement, no eyes reflecting the light. I stayed awake for hours, listening. The footsteps didn't return, but the sense of being watched lingered. When dawn finally broke, I emerged from the tent, exhausted and jumpy. The clearing looked the same as it had the day before, peaceful and undisturbed. I told myself it had been my imagination, a trick of the dark and my tired mind. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I decided to stay close to camp that day. I gathered more firewood, checked my gear, and spent some time fishing in the stream. The hours passed slowly, each small sound putting me on edge. By the time evening came, I was ready to leave. I packed up most of my gear, leaving only the tent and essentials for the night. I planned to head out first thing in the morning. That night, the footsteps came back. This time, they were louder, closer. I stayed in the tent, gripping the flashlight and a small camping knife. My heart pounded so hard I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent. I held my breath, waiting. Then, a shadow passed across the thin fabric of the tent wall. It was human-shaped, tall and broad. The figure lingered for a moment before moving on, the footsteps receding into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as the first light of dawn appeared, I broke camp and loaded everything into the car. The drive back to the main road felt interminable. Every bump and shadow made me flinch, but I didn't see anyone. When I finally reached the highway, I felt a wave of relief. Back home, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it had been a hunter or another camper, though I hadn't seen any signs of other people. Whoever it was, they hadn't tried to harm me, but their presence was enough to ruin the trip. I haven't been camping alone since. The memory of those footsteps, circling in the dark, is enough to keep me close to home. It was the first weekend of October when I decided to escape the city. The weeks had been dragging. My job felt like it was swallowing me whole, and I needed a break from screens, noise, and the endless gray of the city streets. I packed light: a tent, a sleeping bag, some dehydrated meals, and my trusty old hiking boots. I chose a remote spot, a place I'd heard about from a coworker who swore by its solitude. Deep in the woods, far from cell service, it sounded perfect. The drive out was uneventful, though the last hour was on a dirt road that twisted through dense forest. By the time I reached the trailhead, the late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the trees. I parked my car, slung my backpack over my shoulders, and set off. The trail was narrow but well-marked, winding through groves of towering pines and occasional clearings where the sunlight spilled in golden patches. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine needles and damp earth. I felt a sense of peace settle over me. It took me about 2 hours to reach my chosen campsite. It was a small clearing near a stream, surrounded by tall trees that seemed to form a protective wall around the area. The stream's gentle babble was the only sound, and I relished the quiet. I pitched my tent quickly, gathering some stones to form a small fire ring and setting up a spot to cook. By the time I had everything in place, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the forest was bathed in a dim, blue-gray twilight. I ate a quick dinner of instant noodles and sipped on hot tea, letting the warmth seep into my hands as the temperature dropped. The stars began to emerge, one by one, until the sky was a sprawling canvas of light. I lay back on a flat rock, staring up, marveling at how small I felt beneath it all. It was the kind of moment I'd been craving, still, quiet, and untouched by the chaos of my daily life. The first night passed without incident. I woke up to the sound of birds and the soft light of dawn filtering through the trees. After a simple breakfast, I decided to explore the area. I followed the stream for a while, climbing over rocks and weaving through the trees. The further I went, the less distinct the trail became. Eventually, I found myself in a part of the forest that felt untouched, as if no one had walked there in years. The air was heavier here, the trees taller and closer together. It felt like the kind of place nature had reclaimed entirely. I spent the day wandering, taking photos, and soaking in the quiet. By the time I returned to camp, the sun was already dipping low. I built a fire and cooked another simple meal, feeling the ache in my legs from the day's hike. The night crept in quickly, and with it came a chill that made me pull my jacket tighter around me. As I sat by the fire, I noticed something odd. The forest seemed quieter than the night before. The usual rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, even the distant hoot of an owl, all absent. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I tried to shake off the unease, telling myself it was just my imagination. But as the hours stretched on, I couldn't ignore the tension in the air. I decided to call it a night and retreated to my tent. Inside, wrapped in my sleeping bag, I listened intently to the silence. It was unnerving, but exhaustion eventually pulled me into sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know what had stirred me. The fire outside had died down to embers, and the tent was pitch black. I lay still, listening. Then I heard it, a faint rustling coming from the direction of the stream. It wasn't the sound of water or wind. It was deliberate, like something moving through the underbrush. My heart began to pound as I strained to hear more. The sound grew closer, though still faint. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon. But then came a sound that froze me, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and heavy. Someone was walking through the woods. I lay completely still, my mind racing. I had seen no one else on the trail, and this spot was miles from the nearest road. Who could it be? And why would they be out here in the dead of night? The footsteps stopped, and the silence that followed was deafening. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. I wanted to peek out of the tent, but fear rooted me in place. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time felt stretched and warped. Then, just as I began to think whoever it was had moved on, I heard another sound. This time it was closer, just outside the tent. A low, metallic clink, like something brushing against my tent poles. Couldn't breathe. My mind raced through all the possibilities. A lost hiker, a harmless camper, or something far worse. I reached for the small camping knife I kept by my side, gripping it tightly in my trembling hand. I stayed like that, every muscle tensed, until the first light of dawn began to creep through the fabric of the tent. Only then did I muster the courage to unzip it and peer outside. The clearing was empty, no sign of anyone. But as I stepped out, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Faint footprints in the dirt, leading away from my tent toward the stream. They weren't mine. I spent the morning packing up, my nerves frayed. I debated whether to stay another night or cut my trip short. Part of me wanted to believe it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the footprints were real, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. In the end, I decided to move to a new campsite further up the trail. The hike was exhausting, partly because of the weight of my pack and partly because of the constant glances I threw over my shoulder. By midday, I found another clearing, this one higher up on a ridge. It felt safer, more open, with a good view of the surrounding forest. I set up camp quickly, trying to shake off the lingering unease. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I forced myself to relax. I built a fire, ate, and even managed to enjoy the stars again. The sounds of the forest had returned, and the normalcy was comforting. I told myself that whatever had happened the night before was behind me. But when I woke in the middle of the night again, the unease came rushing back. This time, the sound wasn't footsteps. It was something far worse. A faint, rhythmic tapping coming from somewhere outside the tent. Tap, pause, tap, tap, pause. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, like a signal or a code. I sat up, gripping the knife again, my breathing shallow. The tapping continued for what felt like hours, though I'm sure it was only minutes. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before, oppressive. I stayed awake until dawn, clutching the knife, my ears straining for any sound. When the sun finally rose, I stepped out of the tent, my body stiff from fear and lack of sleep. The first thing I noticed was the tapping sound, or rather, its source. On the ground, near the edge of the clearing, lay a stick. It had been propped up against a tree, positioned in such a way that it could fall and tap against the bark when disturbed. It was a crude setup, but it was enough to send a clear message. Someone had been here, and they wanted me to know. That was it for me. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I didn't stop to eat or rest. I just started hiking, retracing my steps back to the car. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart leap. The hike back felt endless, the forest pressing in on me from all sides. When I finally reached the car, I threw my pack in the back and locked the doors the moment I got inside. My hands were trembling so badly it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone emerge from the trees. I didn't stop driving until I was back in the city, surrounded by the comforting chaos of people and noise. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching me. I've replayed those nights in my head over and over, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. All I know is that I won't be going back to those woods again. The morning had started off like any other camping trip. My backpack was packed with the essentials: a sturdy tent, a reliable sleeping bag, a modest supply of food, and my trusty flashlight. The air was crisp, and the sun hung low in the sky as I made my way up into the dense forest that bordered the national park. It was a place I'd visited many times, familiar yet always presenting a new challenge. This time, I'd chosen a less traveled path, hoping for some peace and solitude. The trail was uneven, winding through towering pines and rocky clearings. Birds chirped sporadically, their songs echoing in the otherwise quiet woods. Occasionally, I'd stop to catch my breath, letting the sounds of nature envelop me. The isolation was exactly what I'd been looking for, a break from the constant hum of everyday life. By midday, I reached a small clearing near a shallow stream. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the ground. It seemed like the perfect spot to set up camp. I pitched my tent on a flat patch of earth a little ways from the stream, making sure it was secure against the occasional gust of wind. After that, I gathered some stones to build a fire ring and set up my small camp stove to prepare a quick meal. As the afternoon stretched on, I decided to explore the area. The forest felt alive, but not in an overwhelming way. The rustle of leaves underfoot, the faint trickle of the stream, and the distant hum of insects created a serene backdrop. I came across an old, overgrown path, barely visible under the moss and fallen leaves. Intrigued, I decided to follow it for a while, marking my trail with small cairns to ensure I could find my way back. The path led me to an open meadow, surrounded by trees so tall their tops seemed to touch the sky. Wildflowers bloomed in patches, and the distant sound of a waterfall hinted at another hidden gem nearby. It was breathtaking, the kind of place that made you forget about time. I sat on a fallen log, soaking it all in. This, I thought, was why I loved camping. I lingered longer than I should have. By the time I decided to head back, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting the forest in a dim, golden glow. The trail I'd followed earlier seemed less obvious now. My cairns were harder to spot in the fading light, and the dense undergrowth blurred the path's edges. I quickened my pace, hoping to reach my campsite before nightfall. As darkness settled in, the forest transformed. The warm, inviting atmosphere gave way to something colder, more imposing. The chirping of birds had ceased, replaced by the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. My flashlight, though bright, seemed feeble against the vast darkness. I felt a growing unease, but I reminded myself that I'd been in situations like this before. I just needed to stay calm and focus on finding my markers. But the markers were gone. Whether they'd been knocked over or I'd simply missed them in the dark, I couldn't tell. Panic began to creep in as I realized I was lost. I tried retracing my steps, but the forest seemed to shift around me, each tree blending into the next. The comforting familiarity I'd felt earlier was gone, replaced by a disorienting maze of shadows and shapes. After what felt like hours of wandering, I stumbled upon a small clearing. It wasn't my campsite, but it offered a brief respite from the oppressive trees. I decided to stop and regroup. Pulling out my map and compass, I tried to pinpoint my location. The stream I'd camped near was a good landmark, but without a clear idea of where I'd strayed, the map was only marginally helpful. Still, I picked a direction that seemed most likely to lead me back and started walking again. The hours dragged on. My legs ached from the constant movement, and my stomach growled in protest of the meager snack I'd hastily eaten earlier. The forest sounds grew louder in the stillness of the night. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I tried to rationalize it. Deer, raccoons, maybe even a fox, but the fear of the unknown kept me on edge. Then I saw it, a faint light flickering through the trees. Relief washed over me. It had to be my campsite. I quickened my pace, ignoring the protest of my tired legs. But as I got closer, the light didn't look like my campfire. It was smaller, more contained, like the beam of another flashlight. I hesitated, my relief giving way to caution. Who else would be out here in this remote part of the forest at this hour? Part of me wanted to call out, but another part urged me to stay silent and observe. I crouched behind a tree, watching as the light moved erratically, as if the person holding it was searching for something or someone. After a few tense moments, the light disappeared, swallowed by the darkness. I waited, straining my ears for any sound of movement. When none came, I slowly backed away, careful not to make a sound. My priority now was to put as much distance between myself and whoever that was. The rest of the night was a blur of frantic movement and mounting dread. I thought I was prepared for anything the wilderness could throw at me, but this was different. This wasn't the forest, this was something or someone else. The realization that I wasn't alone out here, that someone was wandering the woods in the dead of night, unsettled me in a way I couldn't shake. Finally, just as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I found the stream. Relief flooded through me as I recognized the familiar curve of the bank and the moss-covered rocks near my campsite. I practically ran the last stretch, collapsing onto the ground when I reached my tent. I didn't linger. After a quick, jittery breakfast, I packed up my gear and started back down the trail. Every step felt like a weight lifting off my shoulders as I left the forest behind. By the time I reached my car, the sun was high in the sky, and the tension that had gripped me all night finally began to fade. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly avoided something. I'd gone into the forest seeking solitude, but I'd found something else entirely. The wilderness, I realized, wasn't just a place of beauty and peace. It could also be a place of danger, of uncertainty, where the line between safety and peril was as thin as a shadow in the dark. I never expected a weekend getaway to turn into something I'd never be able to forget. I'm not one for horror stories or anything supernatural, but something happened that weekend that rattled me to my core. And it all started with a cabin, one that I'd found online, tucked away in the woods. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat.
No distractions.
No city noise, just me, my thoughts, and nature. The perfect escape from the grind. The cabin was small, rustic, the kind of place that promised a full immersion in nature. It wasn't far from town, just a couple of hours, tucked off the beaten path, hidden among tall trees and winding dirt roads. The journey up wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped. The GPS led me down a bumpy dirt road that grew narrower and rougher the further I went. The trees around me seemed to close in, their towering trunks like silent sentinels, blocking out much of the sun. It was peaceful at first. I loved how the forest seemed to swallow all the noise of the world. But as the hours passed, I began to wonder if I'd gone too far off course. I kept driving, past isolated patches of trees, until I saw the cabin. It was a small, weather-beaten building made of dark wood, sitting alone among a small clearing. At first glance, it looked quaint, exactly like the pictures on the website. A porch with a couple of old rocking chairs, a small chimney puffing out a faint trail of smoke, and a backdrop of dense woods. I parked the car and stepped out into the quiet. The air was fresh but cool, and the silence was almost suffocating. There were no birds chirping, no animals scurrying about. Nothing. Just the wind whispering through the leaves. It struck me as odd but not unsettling. I chalked it up to being deep in the woods. I grabbed my bag from the car and made my way to the front door. The key was hidden under a small rock beside the door, just like the instructions had said. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The inside of the cabin was as rustic as the outside, with a heavy, earthy smell that filled my nostrils. Old wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, and the furniture was mismatched but comfortable. A couch, a couple of armchairs, a stone fireplace, and a small kitchen area were all in place. A large window in the living room overlooked the woods, and I couldn't help but feel a slight sense of unease as I gazed at the dense forest outside. I dropped my bag and settled in, unpacking my things and making myself a cup of coffee. There was a note on the kitchen counter from the property owner. welcoming me and giving a few instructions about the cabin. The message was short and friendly, but it didn't mention much about the surrounding area. No directions to nearby towns, no suggestions for things to do. Just a simple enjoy your stay and a list of emergency contact numbers. I didn't think much of it and decided to take a walk around the property. The woods surrounding the cabin seemed almost impenetrable. The trees were thick, their trunks gnarled and twisted in ways that made me feel like they were watching me. It was strange how the forest felt so alive, but not in a welcoming way. The air had a damp chill, and the silence hung heavy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed, though I saw nothing but trees and leaves. I returned to the cabin, deciding to settle in for the night. It was just me, alone in this isolated spot. There was no TV, no phone signal, no internet, just the fire crackling in the fireplace and the quiet outside. It should have been peaceful. It should have been exactly what I wanted. But as the night drew on, I started to hear things. It started with a faint tapping sound. Soft at first, like someone was knocking on the door. But when I checked, the porch was empty. The woods outside were still. There was nothing but the wind, but even that seemed unnaturally quiet. I shrugged it off as a branch brushing against the cabin. Something harmless. The tapping continued throughout the evening, becoming more distinct as the hours passed. It sounded like it was coming from the walls, the roof, or perhaps somewhere underneath the cabin. I tried to ignore it, but every now and then, I'd hear a faint scrape, followed by that same gentle knock. It was driving me mad. Around midnight, I heard a louder sound. It came from outside this time, something heavy scraping against the wood. I jumped up from my seat, my heart racing. I didn't want to go out there. I didn't want to look, but I had to know what it was. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped out onto the porch. The night air was cold, and the silence was even more oppressive than before. I shone the flashlight into the woods, scanning the darkness. The beam caught only trees and the occasional rustling of leaves. There was nothing except the sound, the unmistakable scraping sound, like something large was dragging along the ground. It was coming from the far side of the cabin, from the tree line. I felt my pulse quicken. The woods seemed to close in, and for the first time I felt real fear. I decided to get inside. Fast. I locked the door and pulled the curtains shut, hoping that whatever it was would stay outside. The sound continued for a few more minutes before it finally stopped. But then, something else happened. I could feel it, a presence, like someone was standing just outside the cabin, watching me through the walls. I tried to convince myself that it was just my nerves. After all, I was alone in the middle of nowhere. My mind was probably playing tricks on me. But then I heard something even worse. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps. They circled around the cabin, scraping across the wooden floor, getting closer to the door. I held my breath, my body frozen with fear. The steps stopped right outside the window next to the door. I could see nothing, but I could hear the slow, steady rhythm of the footsteps. Couldn't move, couldn't scream. My hands trembled as I gripped the flashlight, but I knew it wouldn't help. Whatever was outside wasn't something I could fight. The steps moved around the cabin again, then stopped. For a moment, there was absolute silence. And then nothing. The footsteps disappeared. I stayed awake the rest of the night, staring at the walls, too scared to sleep, too scared to move. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I dozed off in the armchair, my eyes darting open every few minutes, checking the windows, the door, but nothing came back. When morning came, I was exhausted but relieved. The sun had risen, and the world seemed normal again.
No footsteps, no strange sounds.
It was as if the night's events had been a dream, but I knew it wasn't. I felt it. I'd heard it. I didn't want to leave the cabin. I didn't want to drive away from whatever that thing was, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, waiting for me to leave so it could follow me. After packing my things in a rush, I drove back down the same winding road, the trees watching me as I left. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if I was just overtired, or if there was something out there in those woods. All I know is that I won't be going back to that cabin. Not now. Not ever. The woods may have been quiet when I left, but I could feel it. Something was still there, waiting for the next person to come. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend getaway. Just me, the cabin, and the woods. Nothing else. I had rented it through a small listing online. The cabin was old, but from the pictures, it seemed charming enough. Tucked away in the woods, far from any kind of civilization. It sounded perfect. I had been stressed out with work lately, and this felt like the ideal break. The kind of place where you could get away from the noise, from the constant pressure. I needed some peace. The drive up was uneventful. The roads were quiet, and as I turned off the main highway, the pavement turned into gravel. It wasn't long before the trees closed in on either side of the road, thick with the kind of silence you only find far away from people. I reached the cabin late in the afternoon. It was just as the photos had shown. Small, rustic, and surrounded by tall trees that stretched up into the sky. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the yard. The place had that stillness about it, the kind that makes everything feel a bit heavy, but it was also peaceful in a way. The door was unlocked when I arrived. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood and something else, maybe a bit musty, like it hadn't been lived in for a while. The furniture was simple but comfortable. There was a wood-burning stove in the corner, and a small kitchen with old, but well-maintained appliances. It felt lived in, though not by anyone recently. I unpacked my things, hung my jacket, and set up the place. The cabin didn't have any Wi-Fi, which was part of the appeal for me, no distractions. I thought I would just relax, maybe read a book, cook a simple dinner, and go to bed early. But as the evening wore on, there was something about the place that kept me on edge. It wasn't the cabin itself, more like the silence that surrounded it. I was used to quiet places, but this felt different. The silence wasn't the peaceful kind you get in the countryside. It was thick, almost oppressive. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard so little. It made my own thoughts seem louder. After a simple meal of pasta and some vegetables, I settled into the small living room, pulling a blanket over my legs. The only sound was the occasional crackle from the fire in the stove. Outside, the darkness pressed in on the windows. It was strange to think that not a single light could be seen for miles. The thought of being so far out in the middle of nowhere felt both comforting and unsettling at the same time. I tried to push those thoughts away and read for a while, but soon, I noticed something odd. It was hard to explain, but I kept hearing a sound from outside. I thought it might have been the wind or maybe an animal moving through the brush. It wasn't loud, just faint, like a soft rustling, but it was consistent. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly 9 p.m. The sound persisted, and now it felt like it was getting closer. My heart started to race, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a deer or some other animal. I was in the woods, after all, but there was something about it, the way it seemed deliberate, almost purposeful, that kept me from relaxing. I decided to go outside, thinking maybe a quick look around would calm me down. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cool, but not unpleasant. The woods stretched out before me, dark and silent, but there was something different about the way the trees stood. I don't know how to explain it, but the stillness felt wrong. I walked around the cabin, shining the beam of the flashlight through the trees. The rustling was still there, but it wasn't just one direction. It was coming from all around me now. My skin prickled with unease. I turned back toward the cabin, telling myself I was being foolish. Nothing out here would hurt me. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the trees, just outside the reach of my flashlight's beam. My heart stopped, and I froze in place. The figure was tall, dressed in dark clothes, and standing completely still. It was just far enough that I couldn't make out any details, but it was there. It wasn't an animal. It was a person. I stood there for a long moment, frozen, unsure what to do. My mind raced, trying to figure out who it could be. Maybe another hiker or someone else renting a cabin nearby. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. No one had mentioned anything about other guests when I checked in. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It was just there, watching me. I felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. If it were anyone else, they would have called out or waved. But this person didn't acknowledge me at all. They just stood there. I took a step back, then another, slowly moving toward the cabin. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I reached for the door, my breath coming faster now. That's when the figure finally moved. They didn't walk. They just stepped back into the darkness, disappearing into the trees. I couldn't even tell which direction they went. The silence returned, just as heavy as it had been before. I rushed inside and locked the door, trying to steady my breathing. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking. I sat down on the couch, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it, that it was just the stress of the week catching up to me. But I knew deep down that it hadn't been my imagination. That person had been real, and they were out there. I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, sitting in that cabin, too scared to do anything but wait. The hours passed slowly, the darkness outside pressing in on me. I kept hearing sounds in the woods, but I couldn't bring myself to look again. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I tried to act normal. I went about my day, cooking breakfast, walking around the cabin, trying to get rid of the heavy feeling in my chest. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how isolated I really was. There was no one nearby, no one who could help me if something happened. I spent the day locked up in the cabin, not daring to venture far. As the sun began to set again, I felt the anxiety building inside me once more. The silence of the woods felt more oppressive than ever, and I knew that if I stayed another night, I might not be able to handle it. That's when I heard it again. The rustling. It was unmistakable this time. It was too loud, too deliberate. My blood ran cold. I knew it wasn't an animal. It was coming from the other side of the cabin. I ran to the window, my hands shaking as I pulled back the curtain just enough to peek outside. There, standing in the exact same spot as the night before, was the figure. The same tall, dark figure, watching me, couldn't breathe. I felt trapped, like the walls of the cabin were closing in on me. I grabbed my keys, rushed to the door, and without thinking, I bolted out into the night. I didn't care about anything at that moment, just getting away. My mind was spinning with panic. I ran down the gravel road, barely noticing the dark trees closing in around me. I wasn't thinking. I just knew I had to get away. It wasn't until I had run a good distance, my legs burning and my heart still racing, that I heard the sound of an engine behind me. I turned, half expecting to see the figure following me. But no, it was just a truck, headlights cutting through the darkness. The driver slowed, rolled down the window. "You lost?" the driver called out. I almost collapsed with relief. The man looked like he'd been working on the nearby farm, his face weathered from years of hard labor. He looked concerned. "I need a ride. Please," I said, my voice shaking. He didn't ask questions. He just opened the door, and I climbed in without hesitation. As we drove back to town, I finally let myself breathe again, my heart slowly returning to normal. Once we were in town, I paid the man and thanked him profusely. I didn't stop to check the time, but I knew I wouldn't be going back to that cabin. It wasn't the isolation. It wasn't the woods. It was the feeling of being watched, of knowing that something wasn't right. And I never found out who or what that person was. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back. That place was meant to be a getaway, but instead, it had become a nightmare, and I was glad to leave it behind. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend getaway. Just me, a small cabin in the woods, and the sound of nature. That's all I wanted. I've always been the type of person who craves quiet, away from the noise of the city, away from distractions, away from everything. Just solitude. I found the cabin online. The listing was simple: a rustic log cabin, tucked deep in a secluded forest, an hour's drive from the nearest town. The pictures showed a small, cozy space surrounded by trees, with a wide front porch and a view of a small lake, the kind of place where you could just sit and lose yourself in nature for a few days. No neighbors for miles, no one to bother me. The price was good, and the place seemed perfect. I had my bags packed, my books ready, and I couldn't wait to get there. When I arrived, it was exactly what I expected, maybe even better. The cabin stood alone at the edge of a clearing, surrounded by tall pines. It looked like it had been here for a long time. Its wood darkened by time, but it still had a charm to it. I could feel the stress from the week begin to melt away as I stepped out of my car. The air was crisp and fresh, the scent of pine filling my lungs. The sun was setting behind the trees, casting a warm glow on everything. The inside of the cabin was just as inviting. A stone fireplace on one wall, a small kitchen tucked into the corner, and a loft bedroom that overlooked the main living area. There was a rustic charm to it all: wooden beams overhead, mismatched furniture, an old armchair by the fire. I immediately felt at home. I unloaded my things and lit a fire, then sat down with a book on the couch. The wind outside began to pick up, rustling the branches of the trees, but it was a comforting sound, like nature itself was whispering around me. I spent the evening reading, drinking a cup of tea, and enjoying the quiet. When night fell, I went to bed, content. The bed was firm but comfortable, the kind of mattress that made you feel like you were sleeping on a cloud. The only sound was the crackling of the fire, and it lulled me to sleep. But when I woke up the next morning, something felt off. The air felt thicker, heavier somehow, and the wind had died down completely. It was eerily still, almost too still. I shook it off, figuring it was just my imagination. Maybe the weather was changing, or maybe it was just the isolation. I went about my morning, making coffee and staring out at the lake. The water was calm. The reflection of the trees mirrored perfectly on the surface. I didn't think much of it at the time, but there was a feeling in the pit of my stomach, something that told me I wasn't alone in the woods anymore. It was subtle, something that lurked just beyond my awareness, but it was there. Later in the afternoon, I decided to go for a walk around the property, just to explore. The cabin was built on a decent amount of land, and I could see the trail leading down to a small creek in the distance. As I walked through the woods, I kept looking over my shoulder. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. Every time I stopped and listened, there was nothing. No birds, no squirrels, no rustling of leaves, just the sound of my footsteps and my breathing. I kept going, my eyes darting between the trees. The trail was narrow, overgrown with thick brush in some places, and the further I went, the more oppressive the woods seemed. I found myself wishing I had brought a map or at least some kind of guide, but I had no intention of getting lost. I had a phone with me, and I told myself I would just walk to the creek, take a few photos, and head back. But when I got to the creek, I saw something strange. At first, I thought it was just an old log, half submerged in the water, But as I got closer, I saw that it was something else. Something that didn't belong in the water. It was a bundle of twigs and branches, tied together with what looked like old rope, and it was floating just above the surface, bobbing gently in the current. I knelt down to get a better look. My curiosity piqued. There was something about it that felt wrong. The way it was arranged, it didn't look natural. As I reached out to touch it, I heard a crack behind me. I spun around, heart racing. Nothing, just the trees still as ever. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I ignored it and turned back to the bundle. My fingers brushed against the twigs, and for a moment, I thought I felt something warm. Then, just as quickly, the warmth faded. I pulled my hand back, feeling uneasy. I wanted to get back to the cabin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I took a deep breath, stood up, and turned to walk back. But as I did, something caught my eye: movement. Through the trees, just a flash of something white. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I could see nothing, but the feeling in the air had changed. It was no longer still and quiet. It was tense, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I started walking faster, my footsteps growing louder in the silence. When I finally made it back to the clearing, I almost ran to the cabin. The door was still locked, the windows still closed. Everything seemed fine, but that uneasy feeling lingered. I spent the rest of the day indoors, trying to shake off the feeling that something was wrong. The hours passed slowly, the wind picking up again as the evening approached. I tried to settle in, but the isolation felt different now, more oppressive. The night seemed to stretch on endlessly. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. Footprints, fresh ones, leading up to the door of the cabin. I stood frozen, staring at the marks in the dirt, my heart racing. The prints were large, deep, and they didn't look like animal tracks. They were human. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to leave, but I also didn't want to stay. My phone had no service, and I didn't have any way of contacting anyone. I tried to convince myself it was some kind of prank, maybe someone else in the area, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. There was no one around for miles. I checked the windows again, making sure they were locked, then pulled the curtains tight. The whole cabin felt too small, too confined. I tried to sit down, to breathe, but the walls felt like they were closing in. The night passed in a blur of anxiety. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up to a soft noise in the middle of the night. It was faint, like a scratching sound, coming from the back of the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear. The sound stopped, then started again. Scratching, dragging, almost like something was moving along the wall. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just lay there, wide awake, my heart hammering in my chest. The noise continued for what felt like hours, but I couldn't bring myself to look outside. The thought of what I might see, what might be out there, kept me frozen under the covers. By morning, the noise had stopped. I wanted to leave, but the road back to town would be another hour, and I didn't want to face whatever was out there. I decided to pack my things and head out as soon as I could. But as I opened the door to the cabin, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The footprints from the night before were still there, but they weren't the only ones. There were new tracks, fresh ones, leading away from the cabin, deeper into the woods. I took one last look at the cabin, then grabbed my things and ran. I didn't stop until I reached my car, and as I pulled away, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. The trees were still, the wind had died down again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still out there. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys being alone, the type who loves the silence of nature, the kind of silence where you can hear the leaves rustling and the wind brushing through the trees. That's what I was after when I decided to go camping by myself in the middle of nowhere, far from any crowded campsites or noisy roads. It was supposed to be just me, my tent, and the wilderness. A break from everything. But as I look back now, I wonder why I thought this was a good idea. It started simple enough. I packed my gear, tent, sleeping bag, food, water, flashlight, knife, and a few other essentials. I didn't need much. The trip was meant to be 2 days, maybe 3, depending on how I felt. I drove out on a Friday afternoon. The weather was nice. The sun was still high, and everything seemed perfect. I wasn't worried. I knew the area was remote, but thought it would be fine. I had done this before, although not in such an isolated spot. I knew my way around the basics, knew what to do in case of an emergency. I parked my car at the edge of the woods, where the trail started, and began my hike. The trail was narrow and barely marked, but I had a map. It was old and a little torn up, but I had studied it before coming. After about an hour of walking, I reached the area where I planned to set up camp. It was a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. There was a stream running nearby, the sound of water a pleasant background to the otherwise quiet woods. I knew I was far from any real roads. The place felt peaceful, untouched. I took a deep breath, took in the fresh air, and felt a sense of relief. Setting up camp was easy. I picked a spot near the stream, got my tent up, arranged my things inside, and even built a small fire pit. The sun started to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the clearing. There was something comforting about the fading daylight and the crackling of the fire. I started to cook dinner. It was nothing special, just a can of beans and some dried fruit, but it tasted like the best meal in the world. I sat by the fire, eating and listening to the sounds of nature around me. Every so often, an animal would rustle in the bushes, but it was nothing alarming. A deer, a rabbit, nothing that would cause concern. As darkness fully settled in, I decided to go for a short walk. The fire was enough to light the campsite, but the woods were pitch black beyond the trees. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the shadows, feeling the cool evening air brush against my face. It was eerily quiet out there. Not a single sound other than my footsteps and the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. I walked along the edge of the clearing, trying to ignore the slight unease creeping up my spine. It wasn't anything specific, just that feeling, you know? The one where you're aware of the stillness, the emptiness around you. It was too quiet. After a few minutes, I stopped. Something caught my attention. A shape in the distance. It wasn't an animal. It was too big, too still. I shined the flashlight over to where I thought I saw something. The beam illuminated nothing but trees and underbrush. I took another step forward. No more shadows. The shape had disappeared. My heart started to beat a little faster. I told myself I was just imagining things. It was probably just a pile of rocks or an odd-shaped tree trunk. I turned back toward the campsite, walking faster now, trying to shake the sudden chill that had settled in my chest. When I got back to my tent, I locked the zipper closed and crawled inside, trying to push the strange feeling out of my mind. I tried to distract myself, reading a book by flashlight, but it was hard to focus. My thoughts kept wandering back to the shape I thought I saw. I kept telling myself it wasn't anything. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling of the tent, listening to the occasional creak of branches in the wind. I didn't hear any animals. No owls, no coyotes, not even the sound of a squirrel scurrying up a tree. The woods felt unnaturally quiet. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me, and the thought of something unknown, lurking just outside my tent made my skin crawl. Eventually, I drifted off, but it wasn't restful sleep. The night passed in restless dreams, flickering images of dark shapes moving through the woods, of whispers in the wind, of the feeling that I wasn't alone. Morning came, but not in the way I expected. It wasn't the bright, cheery kind of morning I'd hoped for. Instead, it was overcast, and the air was thick, humid, and heavy. I didn't know it at the time, but the weather was about to turn. I packed up my things, took down the tent, and decided to take a short hike around the area, hoping to find something to calm my nerves. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The trail, the one I had come down the previous day, didn't look quite right. The trees seemed different, the path seemed shorter, but I chalked it up to being half asleep and confused from the restless night. As I kept walking, the sky grew darker, the clouds pressing in closer. There was a storm coming. I knew that much from the wind picking up and the sudden drop in temperature. I decided to head back to my camp to take shelter. The walk back felt longer than it should have. Every turn felt wrong, every step heavier than the last. The woods around me felt oppressive. I didn't know if it was the storm, the lack of sleep, or something else entirely, but the woods were starting to feel wrong. I finally reached my campsite, but something was off. The fire pit, the tent, everything was in place, but it didn't feel like my camp anymore. The air was thick with tension, and the unease I'd felt the previous night was back, stronger than before. That's when I saw it. There were footprints near the fire pit, fresh ones, and they weren't mine. I don't know how I missed them when I left for my walk earlier, but now they were unmistakable. Large, heavy prints in the soft earth, leading off toward the trees. I froze, staring at them for a long time, my heart hammering in my chest. The prints weren't animal tracks. They were too big, too deep, and they were too close to my camp. I grabbed my flashlight and started scanning the trees, half expecting to see someone standing just beyond the clearing, watching me. But there was nothing, just trees, just shadows. I packed up the rest of my things quickly, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone to jump out at me, but no one did. I made my way to the car as fast as I could, my hands shaking as I loaded everything into the trunk. I kept looking around, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, but the forest was still, too still. As I pulled out of the woods and back onto the main road, I couldn't help but feel relieved. I didn't know who or what had been out there, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I didn't think it was anything malicious, but there was something about that place, something about the way it felt, that was too unsettling to ignore. I don't know if someone else had been in those woods or if it was something else entirely, but I knew for certain I wasn't going to go back. It wasn't the typical ghost story kind of experience. There were no flickering lights or things jumping out at me, no strange sounds at night, but there was a presence, something I couldn't quite explain, something that had watched me from the trees. The fact that it was real, the fact that it was someone else or something else, made it all the more unsettling. I don't go camping anymore, not in those kinds of places, and I'm not sure I ever will. But sometimes when I'm out walking, I'll see a tree line off in the distance, and for just a moment, I'll feel it again, the same uneasy feeling I had that night. That's when I know I made the right choice to leave. I'll never know what it was, but I do know one thing. Nature isn't always as peaceful as it seems. I had been hiking solo for a while now, just me, my backpack, and the sound of my boots crunching against the dirt trail. It was the kind of hike I had done countless times before, a routine I had gotten used to, but something felt different today. Maybe it was the weather, heavier than usual, the clouds hanging low in the sky, casting shadows that seemed to follow me. Or maybe it was just the kind of day when my instincts started kicking in, telling me to pay attention. The trail wasn't difficult. A few miles into the woods, it opened up into an old, overgrown path, one I had only taken once or twice before. The trees around me had grown tall and thick, their trunks knotted with vines and moss, their branches so heavy with leaves they almost seemed to block out the sun entirely. The air smelled of earth, damp from a recent rain, and the wind rustled the leaves softly, but not much more. It was quiet, too quiet. I checked my watch. The time read just past 3 p.m. Plenty of daylight left, but the clouds were closing in fast, and I could feel the temperature starting to drop. I had already decided to push through the trail to the end, something I hadn't done on previous hikes. It was a little out of the way, but I knew the general direction of the end. I wasn't worried about getting lost. As I kept walking, the path seemed to narrow. More rocks, roots, and overgrown brush made the way a bit trickier, but nothing I couldn't handle. I liked the challenge. There was something about it. The feeling of being out there, completely alone, surrounded by nature, calmed me, but today it didn't. The silence began to settle in deeper. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt oppressive, like something was watching me. It was probably just my mind playing tricks, but the sensation wouldn't go away. Every time I stopped to take a break, I felt the weight of the forest bearing down on me. The trees were too close now, their branches reaching out almost like fingers, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every few minutes. I figured I was being paranoid. I'd been hiking alone for years and never had a problem, but today felt off. I pushed forward, forcing myself to ignore the nagging feeling at the back of my mind. The path began to ascend slightly, taking me higher into the forest. The ground was getting rockier, and the trail was now winding through thicker trees, creating an almost tunnel-like effect as the path seemed to close in. I stopped for a quick breath, looking around. The trees here were older, their bark rough and twisted, their roots exposed like veins creeping out of the earth. I hadn't noticed before, but there was an odd sound in the air, an almost rhythmic thud, as if something large was moving through the woods, just out of sight. It stopped as quickly as it started. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something, but still that uneasy feeling crept back. I decided to keep going, knowing that I could either be paranoid or take the risk of cutting my hike short and feeling like I'd missed something. So I pushed on. The trail began to widen again, and I could see the trees start to break up ahead. It felt like I was nearing some sort of clearing. The sunlight broke through the clouds just a little, casting a faint glow on the ground, and the air seemed to open up. There was something welcoming about it, but at the same time, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. As I neared the edge of the clearing, I stopped. Something was off. The ground wasn't as soft here, it was harder, almost like stone. I took a step forward and paused. There were marks in the dirt, fresh and deep, like something had dragged through it. The patterns weren't random, there was a methodical nature to them. My heart rate quickened, but I pushed the thought aside. It wasn't unusual for animals to leave tracks, probably just some wildlife. But then I saw it. In the middle of the clearing, lying half hidden under a pile of leaves, was a large, rusted metal object. It looked out of place. It was half buried, but the edges were jagged and sharp. A piece of old machinery, maybe? A forgotten relic? I couldn't make out much of its shape yet, but the sight of it sent a chill through me. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up again. I stepped closer, my curiosity overpowering any sense of caution. The closer I got, the more I realized that it wasn't just any piece of discarded junk. There were signs of something on it, something I couldn't quite place at first, but it felt wrong. There were markings, but not from any animals I could recognize. Not scratches or gnaw marks, more like deliberate cuts, harsh lines, too precise for a natural cause. I knelt down, inspecting it closer. My hand hovered above the dirt, hesitant, but I couldn't stop myself. The desire to know was stronger than the feeling of dread. As my fingers brushed the edge of the object, I recoiled. It was cold, even though the air around me was growing warmer. I looked closer, and that's when I saw it. A handprint, a large, smeared handprint, right on the side of the rusted metal. My stomach twisted. The print was too big to be mine, and it was fresh. The dirt around it wasn't disturbed. It wasn't an animal's print either. No, this was something else. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I slowly backed away, my instincts screaming at me to turn around and leave, but I couldn't. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the object. The handprint burned into my mind. I turned in a slow circle, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling with every movement in the woods. The air felt thick, heavy. The sound of rustling behind me stopped me in my tracks. I whipped around, heart pounding. Nothing, just trees. My breath came out in shallow gasps. I had to keep going. I turned back toward the path, but the moment my feet hit the dirt, I heard something. A snap, like a twig breaking, followed by the soft, quick padding of footsteps on the ground. I wasn't alone. I knew it. My breath hitched in my chest, and I began to walk faster. Then it was running. The footsteps behind me were too close now, too fast. I pushed my legs harder, moving through the brush, weaving through the trees, the crunching of dry leaves and branches snapping beneath my feet. The sound of footsteps was gaining, getting louder. Whoever or whatever was following me was close. So close. I could feel the adrenaline surge through my body, my mind screaming for me to get away, to make it to the trailhead where I could finally find safety. But the path was twisting, turning, and the more I ran, the further the trail seemed to stretch out before me. I wasn't sure where the trail ended anymore. I wasn't sure I even knew where I was. I risked a glance behind me. No one was there. I was alone again, but the feeling of being watched, being hunted, didn't go away. It stayed with me, settled deep into my bones, growing stronger with every step. Finally, after what felt like hours of running through the woods, I broke through the trees into the clearing where the trailhead should have been. My legs were burning, and I was gasping for air, but the sight of the open space filled me with a sense of relief. I was out. I was safe. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, my hands on my knees. The trees seemed to be closing in behind me, and the air was thick with that same oppressive silence. I looked around, trying to get my bearings, but the forest seemed wrong, not as welcoming as it had been earlier. That's when I saw it, a figure standing in the distance at the edge of the trees. Not far, but just enough to make me freeze. It was someone, a person, watching me from the shadows, but I couldn't make out their face. I couldn't see their eyes. The figure stood still, unmoving, like it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't wait. I turned and ran as fast as I could, ignoring the pain in my legs, ignoring the way my heart felt like it might burst from my chest. This time, I didn't stop. I didn't even look back. I made it to the main road, where I flagged down a passing car. The driver didn't ask questions, but I could tell they saw the fear in my eyes. I didn't sleep that night, and I haven't gone back to those woods since. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was nothing. But I know what I felt, and I know what I saw. I'm just glad I made it out alive. The sun had long since set, leaving only the distant glow of streetlights behind me. I hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours. The highway stretched endlessly, an empty, dark ribbon winding through fields and woods. I was alone, with no service on my phone, and a sense of isolation that seemed to close in with every mile I drove. It had been a long day, and I was just trying to get home. My GPS had started acting up, and I had made the mistake of taking a detour, hoping to avoid the heavy traffic on the main roads. What had started as a shortcut soon turned into a long, winding path through nowhere. I didn't even know the name of the town I was heading toward anymore, just that it was supposed to be a small place with a motel. The motel was the only reason I was still going. I had no other options. The darkened landscape around me was unsettling. A thick fog had started to roll in, seeping in through the trees on either side of the road. The headlights of my car barely made a dent in the thick mist. I tried to keep calm, but something in the air felt off, something I couldn't explain. The road, now barely more than a narrow strip, twisted and turned like a snake, and the occasional pothole made my car jolt, waking me from my daydreaming. I glanced at the clock, 3:42 a.m. I had to stop. My eyes were heavy, and I could feel the weight of fatigue setting in. There were no towns around, no signs of life, just trees and darkness. But I knew I couldn't keep going. My mind felt foggy, and the last thing I wanted was to drive off the road because I'd nodded off. I spotted a small dirt shoulder a few yards ahead. It was a risk, no telling what could be lurking out there, but it was better than pushing my luck. I slowed down, turned off the road, and parked the car. The engine died with a soft hum, and the world around me fell completely silent. The fog was thicker now, pressing in like an unseen weight. I couldn't see much more than the outline of the trees surrounding me. My headlights illuminated a small patch of dirt and weeds, but beyond that, nothing. I reclined my seat, trying to get comfortable. The thought of sleep felt like a luxury. My eyes fluttered shut, and for a moment, I almost drifted off. But then I heard it. Footsteps, faint but distinct, crunching on the gravel just outside my window. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was out there. I sat up straight, my senses on high alert. I held my breath, straining to listen, but the footsteps didn't come closer. They just stopped. Maybe it was a deer, I told myself, trying to rationalize the sound. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. That was no deer. I waited, trying to steady my breathing. The sound didn't return, but the unease didn't leave me. I turned the engine back on, ready to pull away if anything felt off. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The fog had thickened, and the headlights only lit up a small distance behind me. Everything looked still. I debated whether to stay put or leave. There was no one else on this road. I was in the middle of nowhere. There was no reason to feel like I wasn't alone, right? Just then, I heard it again. A faint scraping sound, like something dragging along the dirt, came from behind the car at the back, near the trunk. My heart thudded in my chest. I gripped the wheel, my hands sweaty. There was no way it was an animal this time. Something or someone was out there. Slowly, I turned the ignition key, easing the car forward, ready to peel away if I had to. But then I saw it. In the rearview mirror, there was a figure standing just outside the reach of my headlights, barely visible through the thick fog. The shape of a person standing completely still. Panic shot through me. Who would be out here at this hour? And why were they just standing there? I thought about the nearest town. It was at least 30 miles away, and I had no idea if there was anyone around. I considered calling for help, but my phone was dead, and there was no signal. I couldn't stay here, not with that person so close. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, the car lurching forward. I didn't even look back. My eyes were locked on the road ahead, hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. The fog seemed to close in on me even more as I drove faster, my headlights barely cutting through the haze. Every turn in the road felt like it could be the one where something was waiting. Every tree, every shadow became a potential threat. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling didn't go away. It clung to me, a cold presence that I couldn't shake. I must have driven for another 10 minutes, my car speeding along the empty road, the faintest sound of tires on gravel the only thing I could hear. Then I saw it, lights. Real lights, not just the dim glow of my headlights. A cluster of lights appeared through the mist, flickering through the trees. It was a small building, maybe a cabin or a diner. I didn't care what it was. I needed somewhere safe. I pulled into the parking lot, heart still racing. The fog was so thick I could barely see the outline of the building in front of me, but the lights inside were bright. I parked, turned off the engine, and sat for a moment, just listening. The car was silent, the world around me muffled in the thick fog. I stepped out, hesitating before walking toward the entrance. The door was ajar, and the quiet inside made it feel abandoned. But then I saw someone standing behind the counter. A man with dark, tired eyes and a cigarette dangling from his lips. He didn't say anything at first, just nodded when he saw me. "You lost?" he asked, his voice raspy from the smoke. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah, just needed a place to stop for the night." "You're lucky," he muttered. "We don't get many travelers this far out." He gave me a strange look, like he was trying to figure me out. "What's your name?" I hesitated, but answered, "Anna." He didn't reply right away, just took a long drag from his cigarette and stared out the window. "You should be careful around here," he finally said, flicking the ash into a tray. "It's a strange place. People come and go, but you never really know what's out there." I blinked, unsure if he was being cryptic or if I had missed something. He shook his head as if clearing a thought. "Sorry, long night. Just stay inside tonight. Don't wander off." The warning wasn't lost on me, but I didn't have the energy to press him further. I asked for a room, paid, and made my way down the hall. The motel room was small but clean, the kind of place where time felt frozen, stuck in the past. The bed creaked when I lay down, but I didn't care. I needed sleep more than anything. I thought about the figure in the fog, the strange feeling that had followed me. I thought about the man behind the counter and his odd warning. But exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a dreamless sleep, the fog outside pressing in against the windows. Morning came, bright and cold, and when I opened my eyes, the world felt different. The fog had lifted, and sunlight streamed in through the small window. But something was wrong. The man behind the counter was gone. The motel was completely still, quiet. As I packed my things, I glanced at the window, noticing a shape on the horizon. It was hard to make out, but it looked like a figure, standing still in the distance. I left quickly, heart still pounding from the strange events of the night before. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There was nothing in the fog anymore. No figure, no strange shapes, just the road ahead. But the feeling didn't leave me. I didn't stop at that motel again. Couldn't. The memory of that night, the figure in the fog, the man's warning, it all stayed with me. Some places, some roads are better left unexplored. And sometimes the scariest part is not what you see, but what you can't explain. I'll never forget that camping trip. It was supposed to be a weekend away from everything. Just me, the wilderness, and the sound of the wind threading through the trees. I wanted something quiet and solitary, a chance to clear my head after months of city noise and the relentless buzz of work. I'd read about the spot, an isolated stretch of forest in a state park that was barely visited, miles away from the main trails. Perfect. I packed light but carefully. My old but reliable tent, a sturdy sleeping bag, a small propane stove, plenty of water, some dehydrated meals, and basic survival gear. I double-checked everything. A whistle, a map, a compass, a fully charged power bank, and a satellite phone. I wasn't planning to take unnecessary risks. Still, being out there alone always carries some level of unpredictability. I wanted to be ready for anything. The drive took about 4 hours. It was the kind of trip where you watch the world change around you. The city gave way to suburbs, then to small towns, and finally to open stretches of road lined with tall pines. By the time I reached the dirt path leading to the trailhead, my phone had lost service. I didn't mind. That was the point. The trail wasn't well marked, but I had a GPS app on my phone to back up my map and compass. I shouldered my pack, locked the car, and started walking. The first few miles were easy enough. The trees were dense, and the forest floor was covered in a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves. The air smelled rich and earthy, the way it does after a rain. Every so often, I'd hear the rustle of something small darting through the undergrowth, probably a squirrel or a bird. It felt good to be out there, away from everything, just me and nature. I hiked for about 3 hours before I reached the spot I'd picked on the map. It was a small clearing near a shallow creek, surrounded by tall pines that swayed gently in the breeze. I set up camp quickly, pitching my tent on a flat patch of ground and laying out my gear inside. The creek was close enough that I could hear the water trickling over the rocks, a soft, soothing sound that made the place feel even more peaceful. The first night was uneventful. I made a simple dinner, sat by the small campfire I'd built, and watched the stars come out. The sky was so clear that I could see the Milky Way stretching overhead, a ribbon of light cutting through the darkness. It was beautiful. I stayed up later than I'd planned, just sitting there, listening to the forest and staring at the stars. Eventually, the chill of the night drove me into my tent, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I followed the creek for a while, stepping carefully over rocks and fallen branches. It was slow going, but I didn't mind. The forest was alive with sound. Birds calling to each other, the distant drumming of a woodpecker, the occasional crack of a branch underfoot. I saw deer tracks near the water and even spotted a small herd grazing in a meadow farther upstream. They looked up when they saw me but didn't run. I'm not sure why, but that moment stayed with me. It felt like I was part of the forest, not just passing through it. By the time I got back to camp, the sun was already sinking toward the horizon. I made dinner and settled in for another quiet evening by the fire. That's when I noticed the first thing that felt off. It wasn't anything big, just a small shift in the atmosphere. The forest, which had been so full of sound all day, was suddenly quiet. Not completely silent, but subdued. The birds had stopped singing, and even the rustling of small animals in the undergrowth seemed to have faded away. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind had shifted, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the change until now. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. I stayed up later than I had the night before, listening to the quiet and watching the shadows deepen around my camp. Every so often, I thought I heard something, a faint rustling, the snap of a twig, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, heart pounding. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. The forest was silent, the kind of deep, oppressive silence that presses against your ears. I lay there for a moment, trying to calm my breathing, and then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere outside the tent. It wasn't loud, but it was close, too close. I froze, straining to identify it. It sounded like breathing, slow, steady, deliberate. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but something about the sound didn't sit right. It was too regular, too deliberate. I stayed perfectly still, every muscle in my body tense. The breathing continued for what felt like an eternity, and then it stopped, just like that. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. I lay awake for the rest of the night, listening, but the sound didn't return. When the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I crawled out of my tent, every nerve on edge. The clearing looked the same as it had the day before. Nothing was out of place. No footprints, no signs of disturbance. It was as if nothing had happened. But I knew what I'd heard. I spent the day trying to shake the unease that had settled over me. I went for another hike, kept busy with small tasks around camp, but the feeling lingered. That night, I built the fire a little bigger and kept it burning longer. I stayed up as late as I could, but eventually, exhaustion got the better of me. I crawled into my tent, telling myself that the forest was just playing tricks on me, that I'd imagine the sound. I woke again in the middle of the night. This time, there was no mistaking it. The breathing was back, louder now, more insistent. It was right outside the tent. My heart was racing so fast it felt like it might burst. I reached for my flashlight, hands shaking, and fumbled it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of the tent, but I didn't dare open the flap. The breathing continued, slow and steady, until, just like before, it stopped. When the sun came up, I made a decision. I wasn't going to stay another night. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, my hands trembling with every movement. The forest felt different that morning, heavier somehow. The trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows darker. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hike back to the car was the longest of my life. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, someone, following me. But the trail was empty, the forest as still and silent as it had been the night before. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief so powerful it nearly brought me to my knees. I threw my pack into the back seat, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. It wasn't until I was miles down the road, the forest far behind me, that I felt like I could breathe again. I don't know what was out there. Maybe it was an animal, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But part of me doesn't believe that. Part of me knows there was something, someone, in those woods that night. I'll never go back to find out. I've always been the type of person who loved the outdoors. The idea of getting away from everything, breathing in the fresh air, and sleeping under the stars. So when my friends suggested a camping trip up north, I didn't hesitate. It was a weekend thing, just a couple of days to reconnect with nature, disconnect from the chaos of daily life, and enjoy some peace. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. It wasn't too busy. A few tents scattered around, but nothing that felt overwhelming. The air was cool, the trees towering above us like ancient sentinels, and the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the gentle wind. We set up our tents in a small clearing, nestled between two large oak trees. It was a quiet spot, and I immediately felt at ease. I spent some time gathering wood for the fire, while the others got the tent set up and started pulling out gear. The sun was dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the camp. The sky slowly turned a deep orange, then a rich purple as the stars began to appear. There's something magical about the wilderness at night, the way it feels both alive and empty at the same time. The sounds of crickets and distant rustling in the trees filled the air. We built a fire and gathered around it, warming our hands and cooking some simple meals. The conversation was light, filled with stories and jokes. But as the fire flickered and crackled, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. It was subtle, but there was an odd silence in the woods, almost like nature itself was holding its breath. The wind had stopped completely, and the usual sounds of wildlife had faded away. "Did you hear that?" one of my friends asked suddenly. We all stopped, our eyes scanning the shadows beyond the firelight. A faint, almost imperceptible rustling sound came from the trees, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. "Probably just an animal," I said, trying to brush off the feeling. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. The night wore on, and the tension in the air didn't let up. We sat in silence for a while, the crackling fire our only companion. At some point, we all crawled into our tents to sleep, but sleep didn't come easily for me. Every little sound outside made me tense, my mind racing with thoughts of things lurking just beyond the safety of the tent walls. At some point during the night, I woke up to a loud crash, something heavy hitting the ground, followed by a deep, guttural growl that made my blood run cold. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I lay perfectly still, trying to convince myself that it was just a bear or some other wild animal. But then there was the sound of something moving around our campsite, stepping slowly, deliberately. I grabbed my flashlight and carefully unzipped the tent, shining the beam toward the trees. The beam of light flickered, the shadows twisting unnaturally. But there was nothing there. My heart settled a little, but the unease remained. The next morning, we all gathered around the campfire again, the events of the night still hanging heavily in the air. No one spoke of the growl, but I could see the same unease in everyone's eyes. We packed up the campsite quickly, eager to get moving and put some distance between us and whatever had caused the disturbance. We decided to take a hike through the woods to clear our heads. The trail was quiet, the only sounds being our footsteps and the occasional bird call. The trees here were dense, the ground uneven, and the air smelled damp, heavy with the scent of pine. We hiked for a few hours, the landscape changing as we went higher up the mountain. The views were incredible. You could see the valley stretching out below us, the river winding through the forest. But the farther we went, the more isolated it felt. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trail narrowing, and the shadows growing longer as the sun began to dip lower in the sky. That's when we heard it, a low, almost imperceptible sound coming from deep within the trees. It was a scratching noise, like something moving through the underbrush, but it wasn't the sound of an animal. It was deliberate, slow, and methodical. We all stopped, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to sound confident. But my voice wavered, betraying the fear creeping into my chest. My friends hesitated, but eventually they followed behind me as I cautiously made my way off the trail, the sound growing louder with each step. I don't know what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't what I saw. There, just beyond a thicket of bushes, was a small makeshift camp. A fire pit, long since abandoned, sat in the center. Broken branches and scattered clothing were strewn about, as if someone had left in a hurry. But it wasn't the remnants of the camp that unsettled me. It was the marks on the trees surrounding it. Deep gouges, like claw marks, marred the trunks. Some of the marks were so high up that whatever had made them would have had to be standing on two legs. The air felt thick, oppressive, and for a moment, I couldn't move. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and the unmistakable feeling of being watched crept over me. "We need to go. Now," I said, my voice barely a whisper. We turned and hurried back to the main trail, not stopping to look back. The quiet was deafening as we walked, the wind picking up once more, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something metallic, sharp. By the time we made it back to the campsite, the sun was setting, casting everything in a blood-red glow. I felt the chill of the night seeping into my bones, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, just beyond the trees, watching us. That night, we stayed close together, our fire burning brightly, casting long shadows around the campsite. No one spoke much. We ate, stared into the flames, and avoided looking too far into the woods. The feeling of unease never left me, and I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing the sounds of movement in the trees, of something walking just beyond the reach of the firelight. It felt as though we weren't alone, and not in the way that nature surrounds you with its presence. No, this felt wrong. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, the remnants of the eerie marks in the woods still playing tricks on my mind. But every crackling twig, every rustling leaf, only made my fear grow. By morning, I was exhausted. We packed up the campsite for the last time, eager to leave. The sun was high in the sky, but the air was still, the trees strangely quiet. No birds, no rustling of animals in the underbrush. We made our way back down the mountain, the trail seeming endless as I kept looking over my shoulder. I could still feel that weight pressing down on me, the fear that something was watching. It wasn't until we were nearly back to the car that I finally allowed myself to relax. The tension slowly ebbed away, and I convinced myself that whatever we'd encountered had just been a bad experience. A wild animal, an overactive imagination. We reached the car, piled our gear in the back, and got in. As we drove away, I took one last glance at the mountains, the thick forest receding in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, still and unmoving, watching us leave. For a split second, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but then it was gone, swallowed up by the shadows of the woods. The rest of the drive was silent. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. There was no need. The look in their eyes told me they'd felt it too. That unshakable feeling that whatever had been in those woods wasn't quite done with us. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just a bear or something else entirely, but I know this. I will never go back to those woods again. And if I ever do, I'll be a lot more cautious about what I might find there, hiding in the shadows.